Imagine a young prince born into power, destined to change the course of history. Alexander the Great. Born in 356 BCE in Pella, Macedonia, Alexander was no ordinary royal child. He was the son of King Philip II and Queen Olympias, heirs to a powerful dynasty with grand expectations for their future ruler. From the moment of his birth, Alexander was groomed for greatness, poised to elevate the Macedonian kingdom and leave a legacy that would resonate through the ages. Central to Alexander's development was his education under the philosopher Aristotle, personally appointed by King Philip II. Aristotle, one of antiquity's most influential thinkers, provided Alexander with a profound understanding of philosophy, science, and military strategy. This education wasn't just academic, it was crucial in shaping the future conqueror. Aristotle's teachings blended philosophical insights with practical knowledge, forming the foundation of Alexander's leadership and influencing his approach to governance and warfare. The lessons on knowledge, strategy, and leadership would guide Alexander throughout his life, fueling his relentless pursuit of excellence. However, Alexander's path to power was not without challenges. In 336 BCE, his father, King Philip II, was assassinated, throwing the kingdom into turmoil. Despite the chaos, Alexander demonstrated remarkable decisiveness and military brilliance. He swiftly consolidated power, quelling threats to his throne and securing the loyalty of the Macedonian army. His ability to suppress revolts and assert control over Greece revealed his readiness to rule and the depth of his ambition. These formative years, marked by the loss of his father and the immediate challenges of leadership, profoundly shaped Alexander's vision. With his rigorous education and early experiences fueling a burning desire for conquest, he envisioned an empire far beyond Macedonia's borders, where Greek culture and influence would dominate the known world. This ambition would drive him to embark on one of history's most extraordinary military campaigns. Before we delve deeper into Alexander the Great's incredible journey, I want to welcome all our viewers to the ASMR History channel. To our returning viewers, thank you for joining me again as we explore the lives of history's most fascinating figures. Your continued support makes this channel a special place for history and ASMR enthusiasts alike. For those tuning in for the first time, I'm thrilled to have you here. At the ASMR History channel, I combine the soothing experience of ASMR with in-depth historical narratives, bringing the past to life in a unique and immersive way. Whether you're here to relax or learn, I hope you find my exploration of Alexander the Great as captivating as I do. Now, let's journey back in time to uncover the legacy of one of history's most remarkable conquerors. The Achaemenid Empire under Darius III was a colossal force in the ancient world, spanning vast territories from the Aegean Sea to the edges of the Indian subcontinent. This sprawling empire was not only geographically immense, but also a complex, multi-ethnic state with a sophisticated administrative structure. Darius III, who ascended the throne in 336 BCE, inherited an empire vast in size, yet weakened by internal strife. The Achaemenid administration was a marvel of ancient governance, dividing the empire into satrapies or provinces, each overseen by a satrap, who was responsible for tax collection, security, and loyalty to the central authority. However, the empire's sheer size made effective governance challenging, leading to delayed communications and the autonomy of powerful satraps, who sometimes prioritized their own interests over those of the empire. Under Darius III, the empire faced significant challenges that further weakened its cohesion. Internal rebellions were a constant threat, driven by regional dissatisfaction with heavy taxation and centralized control. The empire's vastness also made its borders difficult to defend, leaving it vulnerable to external threats. Growing internal discontent, coupled with the ambitions of external powers, created an environment ripe for upheaval. Despite Darius III's efforts, the Achaemenid Empire was already showing signs of strain long before Alexander the Great began his legendary campaign. The broader geopolitical landscape of the ancient world was equally complex, with shifting alliances and rivalries playing a crucial role in historical events. The Greek city-states, fragmented and often at odds with each other, had a complicated relationship with the Persian Empire, while some, like Athens and Sparta, had opposed Persia during the Greco-Persian Wars. Others found it advantageous at times to align with Persia against their Greek rivals. The fractured nature of Greek politics led to fluid alliances, with city-states frequently changing sides based on their immediate interests. The Persians historically exploited this lack of unity, using diplomacy and bribery to keep their potential enemies divided. However, by the time of Alexander's rise, the Greek city-states had been partially unified under Macedonian hegemony, first by Philip II and then by his son Alexander. This unification, though tenuous, allowed Alexander to direct Greek energies outward toward the conquest of Persia. The Persian Empire, still a dominant power, was perceived by many in the Greek world as both a formidable adversary and a potential source of immense wealth. The conquest of Persia promised not only glory, but also the resources needed to maintain and expand Macedonian power. The stage was set for a confrontation that would reshape the ancient world, driven by the ambitions of a young Macedonian king and the vulnerabilities of an aging empire. The Achaemenid Empire was more than just a political entity. It was a cultural and economic powerhouse that left a lasting legacy. Its vast trade networks facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across regions from Greece to India. The Royal Road, an engineering marvel, enabled relatively fast communication and trade, linking the empire's diverse regions. Zoroastrianism, the state religion, had a profound impact on the spiritual and philosophical landscape of the ancient world. Its concepts of good versus evil, moral choice, and final judgment influenced not only religions within the empire, but also later traditions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The cultural significance of the Achaemenid Empire extended beyond its borders, as it was a melting pot of various cultures. Persians, Medes, Babylonians, Egyptians, and many others contributed to its rich tapestry. Persian kings, particularly Darius I, who built the Grand Palace complex at Persepolis, patronized the arts and commissioned architectural projects that showcase the empire's wealth and power. These cultural achievements left a deep impression on both subjects and neighbours, who viewed Persia with a mix of admiration and fear. The Achaemenid Empire represented the pinnacle of ancient civilization for many, demonstrating how a vast, diverse empire could be effectively governed, and how culture could thrive under the right conditions. As Alexander the Great prepared to launch his campaign against Persia, he faced daunting strategic challenges. The first major obstacle was the logistical complexity of crossing into Asia with a large army. Maintaining supply lines across vast distances was formidable, especially through hostile or sparsely populated areas. Alexander had to ensure his troops were well fed, equipped, and motivated, even as they moved away from the familiar terrain of Greece and Macedonia. Securing stable supply routes shaped much of his early strategy, compelling him to capture key cities and ports that could serve as logistical hubs. Additionally, Alexander had to contend with the formidable Persian military, which, despite internal weaknesses, remained a significant force. The Persian army was large and diverse, drawing manpower from across the empire, including the elite immortals, known for their discipline and prowess, as well as a vast array of cavalry and infantry. The Persian navy, though weakened since the Greco-Persian Wars, still posed a threat, especially in the Mediterranean and along Asia Minor's coast. These military challenges required Alexander to adopt a flexible strategy that could adapt to different terrains and enemy tactics. These strategic challenges required Alexander to be both a brilliant tactician and a shrewd strategist. He needed to balance the urgency of quick, decisive victories with the long-term goal of consolidating his gains and maintaining the loyalty of his troops and allies. Each battle and siege tested his ability to overcome the vastness of the Persian Empire and the resilience of its military forces. One of Alexander's primary objectives in his campaign against Persia was the liberation of Greek cities under Persian control. This goal was intertwined with political pragmatism and the ideals of Hellenism. On one hand, freeing these cities was a strategic move to solidify support in Greece. By positioning himself as a liberator of Greek city-states, Alexander could rally the often divided Greek states to his cause, fostering unity under Macedonian leadership. This liberation was framed as a moral crusade, tapping into long-standing animosity between Greeks and Persians dating back to the Greco-Persian Wars. For many Greeks, Persia was a foreign oppressor, and the idea of freeing fellow Greeks resonated deeply. This goal also allowed Alexander to present his campaign as a continuation of his father's work. Philip II had begun uniting Greece, and Alexander could extend that unity across the Aegean, reinforcing his legitimacy and rallying support for his broader campaign. Beyond the symbolic and political importance of liberating Greek cities, Alexander's campaign strategically focused on the conquest of key Persian territories, particularly Anatolia, Phoenicia, and Egypt. Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, was crucial due to its proximity to Greece, its rich resources, and its Greek cities. Securing Anatolia provided Alexander with a strong foothold in Asia, ensuring secure supply lines back to Greece. The region's wealth in manpower, natural resources, and infrastructure was vital for sustaining his campaign's momentum. Phoenicia, with its strategic ports like Tyre and Sidon, was critical for controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Capturing these ports crippled the Persian navy, eliminating a significant naval threat and securing vital maritime trade routes for Alexander. Control of Phoenicia also allowed Alexander to project power along the coast and secure further territories with relative ease. Egypt, one of Alexander's most famous early conquests, was a critical target due to its immense wealth, particularly in grain and gold, and its strategic importance as the gateway to Africa and the breadbasket of the Mediterranean. By taking Egypt, Alexander secured vital resources and achieved a significant propaganda victory. The Egyptians, resentful of Persian rule, welcomed Alexander as a liberator, enhancing his image as a divine and benevolent ruler. In Egypt, he founded the city of Alexandria, which would become a major cultural and economic centre of the ancient world. The conquest of Egypt and other key territories provided Alexander with the resources, strategic locations, and political capital needed to continue his campaign deeper into Persian territory. A key driving force behind Alexander's campaign was his personal rivalry with Darius III. While the campaign had political and strategic objectives, Alexander's pursuit of Darius often took on the nature of a personal vendetta. After initial battles like Issus, where Darius fled, abandoning his family and treasures, the conflict became increasingly personal for Alexander. Darius's perceived cowardice only intensified Alexander's resolve to capture or kill him. The pursuit across the empire symbolized Alexander's relentless ambition and his desire to surpass all other conquerors. This personal rivalry was closely linked to the political goal of securing legitimacy and control over the Persian Empire. By capturing or killing Darius, Alexander would eliminate the primary symbol of Persian resistance, consolidating his power and legitimacy as the new ruler of the vast territories once held by the Achaemenid Empire. The relentless chase was not merely about military victory, it was about the psychological and symbolic conquest of the Persian throne itself. Alexander's objectives were driven by a potent mix of political and personal motivations. Politically, his campaign aimed to unify the Greek city-states under Macedonian rule and extend that dominance across the known world, creating an empire to rival and surpass those of his predecessors. Personally, Alexander was fueled by a deep desire for glory and immortality. He sought to be remembered not just as a king, but as a godlike figure, an aspiration reflected in his later adoption of Persian customs and his declaration of himself as the son of Zeus-Ammon. These intertwined motivations shaped every decision Alexander made, influencing the course of history. Mount Hermos, located in Lydia in Asia Minor, was a critical geographical landmark that played a significant role in the military strategies of both Alexander the Great and the Persian forces. This mountain, part of the broader mountainous terrain of Western Asia Minor, served as a natural barrier separating the coastal regions from the inland areas. Its strategic position made it a gateway to the heartlands of Asia Minor, crucial for controlling the region. The rugged terrain of Mount Hermos, with its steep, rocky slopes and narrow passes, provided formidable defence, making any military engagement there particularly challenging. The advantage made Mount Hermus a critical point of control for both the Macedonians and Persians. For Alexander, securing Mount Hermus was essential to protect his army's flank as they advanced deeper into Persian territory, while for the Persians, maintaining control over this region was key to defending their empire's western frontier. Alexander the Great's decision to engage at Mount Hermus was driven by his understanding of the broader strategic landscape of his campaign against the Persian Empire. He recognized that controlling Mount Hermus would secure a vital passage into Asia Minor's heartlands and allow him to neutralize potential threats before they could gather strength. By securing this high ground, Alexander could protect his supply lines, crucial for maintaining the momentum of his campaign. The mountain's position enabled him to cut off Persian forces in the vicinity from reinforcements or escape routes, preventing counterattacks that could threaten his advance. Furthermore, control of Mount Hermus set the stage for further advances into Persian territory, allowing Alexander to push forward with confidence, knowing his rear and flanks were secure. This decision reflected Alexander's broader strategy of not merely winning battles, but systematically dismantling the Persian Empire's capacity to resist, paving the way for his eventual conquest of the entire region. The Macedonian army under Alexander the Great was one of the most formidable military forces of the ancient world, renowned for its discipline, organisation, and innovative tactics. At its core was the Macedonian phalanx, a tight infantry formation wielding long spears known as sarissas, often reaching up to 18 feet in length. These spears gave the phalanx a significant reach advantage, allowing them to strike first and maintain a defensive barrier against cavalry charges. The phalanx cohesion and discipline made it a nearly impregnable wall of spears, particularly effective in pitched battles. Complementing the phalanx was the companion cavalry, an elite unit of horsemen who served as Alexander's personal guard and shock troops. Known for their ability to execute complex maneuvers, the companion cavalry often delivered decisive blows through flanking attacks or charges that broke enemy lines. Additionally, the Macedonian army included light infantry and auxiliary troops such as archers and javelin throwers, who provided flexibility and support to the heavy infantry and cavalry. These battle-hardened forces, experienced from numerous campaigns across Greece and beyond, formed a cohesive and highly effective military machine under Alexander's leadership. The Persian army that opposed Alexander at Mount Hermus was vast and diverse, drawing manpower and resources from across the Achaemenid Empire. This force included contingents from regions such as Media, Persia, Egypt, and Scythia, each bringing unique skills and equipment to the battlefield. The Persian cavalry, comprising both light and heavy units, was particularly renowned for its speed and powerful charges. Persian archers, skilled in both foot and mounted archery, provided crucial long-range support and were integral to the empire's military strategy. However, despite its size and diversity, the Persian army faced significant challenges in coordination and command. The multi-ethnic composition, while providing numerical strength, also created potential issues with communication and unity. The lack of a unified command structure made executing complex strategies and responding swiftly to battlefield developments difficult. Alexander exploited these weaknesses with his more cohesive and disciplined forces, outmaneuvering and outfighting the larger but less coordinated Persian army. The battle at Mount Hermus began with both armies carefully positioning themselves. Alexander's Macedonian forces used the terrain to their advantage, deploying their phalanx across the narrow mountain passes. This strategic positioning maximized the defensive capabilities of the phalanx while limiting the effectiveness of the Persian cavalry, which needed open space to maneuver. The dense formation of long spears created an almost impenetrable wall that steadily advanced toward the Persian lines. Meanwhile, the Persian forces, aware of the importance of holding this position, fortified their defences and positioned their cavalry on the flanks, hoping to outflank the Macedonian infantry. However, the narrow passes and rugged terrain limited their ability to deploy effectively, forcing them into a more defensive posture than preferred. As the battle progressed, Alexander demonstrated his tactical genius by adjusting his strategy to exploit the Persian formation's weaknesses. One key decision was deploying the companion cavalry in a flanking maneuver aimed at breaking through the Persian defences. Leading this maneuver personally, Alexander understood that a well-timed cavalry charge could turn the battle's tide. The companion cavalry, known for their speed and discipline, swept around the Persian lines, targeting the vulnerable flanks and rear. This unexpected attack created chaos within the Persian ranks, allowing the Macedonian phalanx to press forward with renewed momentum and gradually overwhelm the Persian infantry, now caught between the advancing phalanx and the encircling cavalry. A turning point in the battle came when the Macedonian forces executed a feigned retreat, luring the Persian cavalry into a vulnerable position. The Persians, eager to exploit what they perceived as a weakness, pursued the retreating Macedonians, only to fall into a trap. As the Persian cavalry advanced, the Macedonians suddenly turned and counterattacked, catching the Persians off guard and out of formation. This maneuver inflicted heavy casualties on the Persian cavalry and opened a gap in their lines that Alexander quickly exploited. The Macedonian phalanx, supported by light infantry and archers, surged through the breach, driving deeper into the Persian ranks and further destabilizing their defense. The psychological impact was profound. Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, the Persian forces began to lose cohesion and morale. The disciplined Macedonian forces pressed their advantage, ultimately breaking the Persian lines entirely. The immediate consequences of the battle at Mount Hermus were significant for both sides. For Alexander, the victory solidified his control over the region and opened a pathway deeper into Asia Minor. This success was crucial for maintaining the momentum of his campaign, securing his supply lines, and removing a major obstacle to further advances into Persian territory. For the Persians, the defeat was devastating, resulting in heavy losses in both men and morale. The collapse of their defences at Mount Hermus disrupted their strategy for defending the region, forcing a retreat and weakening their ability to resist Alexander's advancing forces. The long-term impact of the battle extended far beyond the immediate aftermath. For Alexander, the victory not only boosted the morale of his troops, but also reinforced his reputation as an invincible military leader. The psychological blow This battle set the stage for further Macedonian advances as the demoralised Persians struggled to recover. The victory at Mount Hermus was a critical step in Alexander's campaign to conquer the Persian Empire, paving the way for his eventual domination of the region. Alexander the Great's advance toward the Granicus River was driven by his broader strategic objective of penetrating deeper into Persian territory. Securing the river was crucial, as it provided a natural defensive barrier for the Persians, who hoped to use it to slow or halt Alexander's relentless march. For Alexander, crossing the Granicus represented not just a tactical necessity, but also a significant psychological victory, demonstrating his ability to overcome the geographic and military obstacles placed in his path. The river was a key crossing point, vital for maintaining the momentum of his campaign and ensuring his forces could continue their advance without losing time or risking disruption to their supply lines. Reaching the Granicus River was no small feat, as Alexander faced numerous challenges along the way. The rough, uneven terrain made troop and supply movements a logistical nightmare. Maintaining the integrity of his supply lines was critical, as any disruption could leave his army vulnerable to starvation or desertion. Additionally, the threat of ambush by Persian forces was ever present, with the Persians likely to use the terrain to their advantage. To mitigate these risks, Alexander meticulously prepared his troops. He ordered reconnaissance missions to gather intelligence on Persian positions and potential weaknesses. These preparations, combined with his soldiers' rigorous training and discipline, ensured that when the time came to confront the Persians at the Granicus River, Alexander's forces were ready. The terrain around the Granicus River played a critical role in the battle, significantly influencing the strategies of both Alexander and the Persian commanders. The river itself was a natural barrier, making any crossing a vulnerable moment for the attacking force. Aware of these challenges, Alexander aimed to control the high ground near the riverbanks, allowing his forces to position themselves defensively while preparing for the crossing. The Persians, in turn, sought to use the river's positioning to their advantage by covering likely crossing points and leveraging the terrain's natural defensibility to strengthen their lines. The battle became a contest of strategy as much as arms, with both sides attempting to outmaneuver the other. The initial troop formations reflected the strengths and weaknesses of each army. Alexander positioned his Macedonian phalanx, with its long spears and tight formations, at the centre of his line, knowing that this unit could withstand frontal assaults and maintain cohesion under pressure. Flanking the phalanx were his elite companion cavalry, tasked with exploiting any weaknesses in the Persian lines. The Persians, meanwhile, deployed a combination of archers, light infantry, and cavalry, relying on their numbers and mobility to harass and outflank the Macedonians. However, their more spread out formations, focused on ranged attacks and rapid manoeuvres, contrasted with the solid, disciplined front presented by the Macedonians. This difference in formation proved crucial as the battle developed, with Alexander's tightly organised units able to withstand the initial Persian assaults and gradually push forward. Alexander's leadership and strategic acumen were pivotal throughout the battle. He made several critical decisions that shaped the outcome. One key decision was the timing of the river crossing. premature crossing could lead to disaster, Alexander waited until his forces were fully prepared and the Persian positions were weakened by skirmishers and archers. When the time was right, he ordered the crossing, with his phalanx leading and the cavalry poised to follow, ready to exploit any breaches in the Persian lines. Alexander's adaptability was also evident in his use of the companion cavalry, which he directed with precision to execute a flanking maneuver, striking the Persians at their weakest point. This decision to deploy his most mobile and powerful units at a critical moment showcased Alexander's ability to read the battlefield and respond to unfolding events, outmaneuvering the larger but less coordinated Persian forces. Several maneuvers during the battle turned the tide in Alexander's favour, highlighting his tactical brilliance. One decisive move was the flanking attack by the companion cavalry, which Alexander personally led. By exploiting a gap in the Persian lines, this cavalry unit struck at the heart of the Persian defences, causing chaos and confusion. Another key moment was a feigned retreat by a section of Alexander's forces, luring the Persians into a trap. Mistaking the retreat for weakness, the Persians advanced aggressively, only to find themselves out of position and vulnerable to a counterattack by the Macedonian phalanx. These actions disrupted the Persian defence, broke their lines, and led to their eventual collapse as Alexander's forces pressed their advantage. The Persian commanders made several critical errors during the battle, which Alexander skillfully exploited. One of the most significant mistakes was their failure to properly coordinate their forces, leading to miscommunications that left key positions under-defended. This lack of coordination was compounded by underestimating Alexander's tactical flexibility and the discipline of his troops. The Persians also failed to adequately reinforce their flanks, allowing Alexander's cavalry to execute the decisive flanking maneuver. These errors, combined with Alexander's relentless pressure, ultimately led to the breakdown of Persian resistance. As their lines crumbled and their commanders struggled to regain control, the Persian forces were routed, leaving the crossing at the Granicus River firmly in Alexander's hands. Securing the crossing at the Granicus River was a vital victory for Alexander, allowing his forces to continue their advance into Persian territory. This success was not only strategically important, but also dealt a significant blow to the Persian defensive lines, destabilizing their ability to mount an effective resistance. The broader impact of this victory on Alexander's campaign was profound. It boosted the morale of his troops, reaffirming their belief in their commander's strategic brilliance, and created momentum for future engagements. Each victory further solidified Alexander's reputation as an undefeated commander, increasing pressure on the Persian Empire and setting the stage for his continued conquests. The geographical location of Beauce held immense strategic value in Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer the Persian Empire. Situated as a key point for controlling access to the interior of Asia Minor, Beauce was not merely a geographic landmark, but a critical gateway to vital territories within the Persian Empire. Its position made it essential for controlling trade routes that connected various parts of the empire, as well as a strategic node for military movements. Securing Beauce would give Alexander a crucial foothold in Asia Minor, facilitating further advances into Persian lands. Capturing Beauce was not just about winning a single battle, but about laying the groundwork for dominating a region central to the Persian Empire's defence and economic power. The broader implications of capturing Puce were significant for Alexander's campaign. Controlling this location would not only provide a tactical advantage by offering a base for further military actions, but also disrupt Persian supply lines, crucial for maintaining their defensive capabilities. The fall of Puce could trigger a domino effect, weakening Persian resistance in surrounding regions and making them more vulnerable to Macedonian advances. Moreover, the psychological impact was profound. For the Macedonian forces, capturing such a strategic objective would boost morale and reinforce their belief in the inevitability of victory. Conversely, for the Persian forces, the loss of Puce would be a severe blow to their confidence, signalling the crumbling of their defensive line and the growing threat of Alexander's unstoppable momentum. However, the Battle of Puce presented numerous challenges for Alexander and his forces, starting with the natural obstacles that made the battle particularly difficult. The terrain surrounding Puce was notoriously challenging, characterized by mountainous regions, dense forests, and narrow passes that complicated troop movements and made it difficult for the Macedonian phalanx to maintain its formidable formation. These natural barriers also provided opportunities for ambushes, with the Persian forces potentially using the terrain to launch surprise attacks on the advancing Macedonians. Additionally, adverse weather conditions, such as heavy rains or extreme temperatures, further exacerbated the difficulties faced by Alexander's troops, impacting their morale and physical condition as they prepared for the confrontation. In addition to natural challenges, Alexander faced significant logistical issues in preparing for and conducting the Battle of Puce. The rough terrain complicated the maintenance of supply lines, crucial for keeping his troops well fed and equipped during the prolonged engagement. Transporting supplies across such difficult terrain stretched his logistical capabilities, necessitating careful planning to avoid shortages that could weaken his army. Communication among the dispersed forces was also challenging due to the complex terrain, making it difficult to relay orders and coordinate maneuvers effectively. These hurdles required Alexander to adapt his strategies on the fly, making quick decisions to maintain the cohesion and effectiveness of his forces against the Persian threat. As the battle unfolded, Alexander's strategic brilliance was evident. He began with meticulously planned troop deployments that leveraged both the terrain and the strengths of the Macedonian army. Alexander positioned his phalanx at the centre of the formation, creating an almost impenetrable wall with its long spears and tight ranks. On the flanks, he deployed his companion cavalry, ready to exploit weaknesses in the Persian lines with swift charges. Light infantry units were also strategically placed to probe the Persian defences and lure them into vulnerable positions. Alexander's strategy was to use the terrain to force the Persians into a disadvantageous position, where the disciplined Macedonian forces could effectively attack. The battle can be divided into key phases, each marked by intense combat and shifting momentum. Initially, the Macedonian phalanx advanced steadily, their long spears keeping the Persian infantry at bay while maintaining a solid front. Although the Persian forces were numerous, they struggled to break through through the Macedonian lines, turning the battle into a test of endurance and discipline. As the fighting intensified, Alexander's cavalry executed a decisive charge on the Persian flanks, causing chaos and breaking through their ranks. This marked a significant shift in momentum, allowing the Macedonians to press their advantage, drive back the Persians, and inflict heavy casualties. Despite fierce resistance and the challenging terrain, Alexander's ability to adapt his tactics ensured his forces maintained the upper hand. Alexander's leadership was crucial in securing victory at Puce. His presence on the battlefield inspired his troops, who relied on him for guidance and courage. His quick, decisive responses to changing battlefield conditions were key to overcoming the challenges posed by the Persians and the harsh environment. On several occasions, his personal intervention turned the tide, whether through direct involvement in the fighting or timely orders that outmaneuvered the Persian commanders. This leadership not only secured victory, but also reinforced Alexander's reputation as a military genius, capable of success even in the most challenging circumstances. The aftermath of the Battle of Puce had significant consequences for both the Persian forces and Alexander's campaign. The loss of Puce dealt a severe blow to Persian morale, weakening their resolve and diminishing confidence among their leadership. This defeat was not just a tactical setback, but also a psychological one, signalling the erosion of the Persian Empire's ability to defend its key territories. The broader implications were clear. With each defeat, the Persian Empire grew more vulnerable, and the inevitability of Alexander's ultimate victory became increasingly apparent. The victory at Puce brought significant strategic gains for Alexander. Securing this critical location allowed him to control a vital crossing point, ensuring the continued advance of his forces into the heart of the Persian Empire. This success further destabilized Persian defenses, making future campaigns easier to plan and execute, with the assurance that his flanks and supply lines were secure. Moreover, the victory at Puce strengthened the momentum of Alexander's campaign, solidifying his reputation as an undefeated commander. Each triumph not only brought him closer to his goal of conquering the Persian Empire, but also demoralized his opponents, setting the stage for continued successes. Pelium, located in the rugged mountains of Illyria, was of immense strategic importance during Alexander the Great's campaign. This fortified city was a key stronghold for Illyrian tribes allied with Persia, positioned to disrupt Alexander's lines of communication and supply, vital elements for sustaining his campaign. The natural defences of Pelium, surrounded by steep mountains and dense forests, made it an ideal location for controlling access to the broader region. Controlling Pelium meant controlling the gateway to the Balkans, making it a focal point in the struggle for dominance. For Alexander, capturing Pelium was crucial, not only to neutralize the threat from the Illyrian tribes, but also to secure his rear as he advanced deeper into enemy territory. The Illyrian tribes occupying Pelium were active participants in resisting Macedonian expansion. Aligned with Persia, these tribes used Pelium as a base to launch raids and uprisings against Macedonian forces. The mountainous terrain gave them a natural advantage for guerrilla-style attacks, threatening to cut off Alexander's army from Macedonia. Such disruptions resistance that needed to be addressed before advancing further into Persian lands. The persistence of Illyrian resistance made Pelium a symbol of defiance against Macedonian rule, and his capture was vital for securing the stability of the entire region. Capturing Pelium would have profound implications for Alexander's broader campaign. Taking this stronghold would neutralize the threat posed by the Illyrian tribes, secure his lines of communication and supply, and deter other potential rebellions. The fall of Pelium would not only remove a significant obstacle, but also send a clear message to other factions about the futility of resisting the Macedonian advance. Moreover, securing Pelium would allow Alexander to focus entirely on his main objective, the continued conquest of Persian territory, free from the threat of uprisings in his rear. Alexander approached the siege of Pelium with his characteristic thoroughness and strategic insight. His initial preparations involved detailed reconnaissance, with scouts and engineers assessing the strength of the Illyrian defences and the surrounding terrain. Understanding the challenges posed by Pelium's fortifications, Alexander's engineers planned the construction of specialised siege equipment needed to breach the city's defences. The steep, rocky terrain required carefully designed tactics and equipment. Alexander also strategically positioned his forces to cut off any potential escape routes for the defenders, while securing his own supply and communication lines. The logistical demands were immense, involving the transport of materials for siege towers, artillery, and other equipment over rough terrain. These steps laid the groundwork for the prolonged and intense siege that followed. A key element of the siege was the construction and deployment of siege towers, crucial for overcoming Pelium's high walls. These towering structures, designed to protect advancing troops and provide platforms for artillery and archers, were meticulously built by Alexander's engineers. The towers were mobile and formidable, with reinforced walls to withstand enemy projectiles, and a height that allowed them to reach Pelium's walls. Moving these massive structures into position over rough terrain was daunting, but Alexander's forces managed it with remarkable efficiency. Once in place, the towers enabled Macedonian archers to rain arrows on the defenders, while battering rams and other siege engines breached the walls. The towers provided a significant tactical advantage and had a psychological impact on the defenders, who saw their supposedly impregnable fortifications being systematically undermined. In addition to siege towers, Alexander's forces used various artillery, including catapults and ballistae, to bombard Pelium's defences. These machines launched massive stones and other projectiles, weakening the walls and creating openings for infantry assaults. The precision and effectiveness of this bombardment were critical in softening the enemy's resolve, as each strike brought the Macedonian forces closer to breaching the city's defences. The constant artillery barrage also wore down the defenders' morale, as they realised their walls could not withstand the sustained assault. This use of artillery showcased not just brute force, but also the technological superiority of Alexander's forces, making the Macedonians a terrifying opponent. Beyond the physical assault, Alexander employed psychological tactics to demoralise the defenders of Pelium. He used feigned retreats to lure the Illyrians into premature attacks, only to resistance. These psychological tactics, combined with the relentless physical assault, left the defenders of Pelium increasingly isolated and demoralized, paving the way for the eventual Macedonian breakthrough. Alexander's engineers played a crucial role in the siege by introducing innovations that gave the Macedonians an edge. One such innovation was the development of new siege engines, including more powerful battering rams and mobile towers, which could be repositioned to exploit weaknesses in the enemy's fortifications. They also devised tactics such as digging tunnels or using fire to undermine the defenders' walls. These innovations showcase the ingenuity and adaptability of Alexander's forces, enabling them to overcome Pelium's formidable defences and secure a decisive victory. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the defenders of Pelium fiercely resisted. The Illyrians reinforced their walls, constructed defensive trenches, and used archers and slingers to inflict casualties and disrupt the siege. They also launched night raids on the Macedonian camp, aiming to destroy siege equipment and create chaos. These raids were particularly effective, forcing Alexander's forces to defend against surprise attacks while continuing their siege efforts. The determination of the Illyrians, combined with their effective use of the rugged terrain, made the siege of Pelium a protracted and challenging endeavour. In response to the Illyrians' stiff resistance, Alexander demonstrated tactical flexibility. He reinforced vulnerable points in his lines, intensified bombardments on weakened sections of the walls, and employed a strategy of attrition, cutting off the defenders' supplies and reinforcements to wear down their resistance. His leadership was marked by strategic foresight and quick decision-making, allowing him to maintain the upper hand and continue his relentless advance. Several moments of exceptional bravery and cunning contributed to the Macedonian victory. During an intense phase of the siege, a group of Macedonian soldiers launched a daring nighttime assault, scaling the walls and creating a breach that allowed the rest of the army to enter the city. Another key moment was when Alexander personally led a counterattack against an Illyrian sally, rallying his troops and driving the defenders back into the city. These acts of bravery and leadership not only demonstrated the fighting spirit of Alexander's forces, but also directly contributed to the successful capture of Pelium. The capture of Pelium had significant consequences for Alexander's campaign, particularly in consolidating control over the region. With Pelium secured, Alexander prevented future rebellions in Illyria, ensuring the safety of his rear as he advanced into Persian territory. To solidify control, he garrisoned troops in the city, repaired and strengthened the fortifications, and secured the loyalty of local tribes through diplomacy and, where necessary, force. Establishing a strong presence in Pelium provided a stable base of operations for further campaigns and deterred any remaining resistance in the region. Beyond the immediate tactical advantages, the capture of Pelium had broader strategic implications for Alexander's campaign. The victory bolstered the morale of his troops, who witnessed their commander overcome yet another formidable challenge, while also weakening Persian influence in the region. The fall of Pelium demonstrated Alexander's capability to defeat well-defended strongholds, further eroding the confidence of the Persian leadership and their allies. Securing Pelium allowed Alexander on his primary objective, the conquest of the Persian Empire. This victory reinforced his reputation as an unstoppable military leader, capable of overcoming any obstacle. With Pallium under his control, Alexander could advance with renewed momentum, destabilizing Persian defences and bringing him closer to his ultimate goal. Thebes, one of the most influential city-states in ancient Greece, played a pivotal role in the region's political and military landscape. Known for its formidable military strength, Thebes was a key player in Greek politics, often challenging the dominance of Athens and Sparta. As the leader of the Boeotian League, a confederation of central Greek city-states, Thebes wielded considerable influence in regional affairs. Its strategic location made it a crucial point of control in any military or political conflict, serving as a gateway between northern and southern Greece. The Theban army, particularly the renowned Sacred Band, was among the most feared in Greece, contributing to its reputation as a military powerhouse. Beyond its military might, Thebes was also a centre of cultural and intellectual activity, rivaling other great cities in contributions to Greek art, literature, and philosophy. This combination of military and cultural significance made Thebes a city of great importance in the Greek world, not easily overlooked by any power seeking to dominate Greece. The relationship between Thebes and Macedonian power was marked by tension and conflict, especially after the rise of Philip II of Macedon. Thebes had a long history of opposing Macedonian dominance, most notably during the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE, where it fought alongside Athens against Philip II. The defeat at Chaeronea was a significant blow to Thebes, resulting in the loss of its autonomy and the imposition of Macedonian hegemony. The destruction of the Sacred Band during this battle was particularly devastating, symbolising the city's diminished power. Despite this setback, Thebes remained a centre of resistance against Macedonian rule. After Philip's assassination and the rise of his son, Alexander the Great, Thebes saw an opportunity to challenge Macedonian authority once more. The Theban rebellion following Alexander's ascension was fueled by a desire to restore its former glory and autonomy, and by the hope of inspiring other Greek city-states to join in the resistance against Macedonian control. This rebellion represented a last-ditch effort to reassert independence and challenge the growing power of Macedon, marking a critical moment in the struggle between Thebes and the Macedonian Empire. For Alexander, the capture of Thebes was not just a military necessity, but a strategic imperative for consolidating his power in Greece before embarking on his campaign into Asia. Thebes' defiance posed a significant threat to Macedonian authority, as it could inspire other city-states to revolt against Alexander's rule. The rebellion was a test of Alexander's ability to maintain control over Greece and to demonstrate the consequences of opposition. Capturing Thebes would not only neutralise a key source of resistance, but also send a powerful message to the rest of Greece. Crushing Thebes held immense symbolic importance, serving as a stark warning to other city-states about the futility of rebellion. By decisively dealing with Thebes, Alexander aimed to secure a stable base in Greece, from which he could launch his campaign against the Persian Empire without the risk of internal threats. Aware of the threat posed by Alexander, Thebes prepared by strong city walls, reinforced with towers and bastions that provided excellent vantage points for archers and defenders. These fortifications were designed to withstand prolonged sieges, featuring multiple layers of defence, including ditches, barricades, and hidden traps to deter and delay attackers. The garrison, consisting of Theban soldiers, allied forces, and hired mercenaries, was well equipped and highly motivated by a fierce desire to protect their city. Strategic points within the city, particularly the Cadmea, were heavily fortified and manned by elite troops, making them formidable obstacles. Thebes' preparations reflected the citizens' resolve to fight to the last man, knowing their survival depended on holding off Alexander's army. In response, Alexander demonstrated his strategic acumen through meticulous planning and preparation. Before launching the full-scale siege, he conducted thorough reconnaissance to gather intelligence on Thebes' defences. His scouts assessed the city's walls, the disposition of its forces, and potential weak points. Based on this information, Alexander positioned his forces to cut off all supply lines, isolating Thebes from external support. This encirclement was intended to starve the city into submission and prevent reinforcements from reaching Thebes. Alexander's forces strategically covered all major access points, making counterattacks or escapes difficult. Alongside his military preparations, Alexander attempted diplomacy, sending envoys with terms of surrender to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. However, the Thebans rejected these overtures, determined to resist Macedonian rule. With diplomacy failing, Alexander resolved to take the city by force, knowing a decisive victory here was crucial for his broader campaign. Alexander also employed psychological warfare to weaken Thebes' resolve. He spread rumours and disinformation to sow fear and doubt among the defenders, exaggerating the strength of his forces and the inevitability of Theban defeat. Feigned attacks on the city walls were launched to exhaust and demoralise the defenders, often at irregular intervals, including at night, to disrupt their sleep and keep them in a constant state of alertness. These tactics took a psychological toll on the defenders, wearing them down under relentless pressure. Alexander also used propaganda to undermine the will of the Theban people, sending messages into the city that promised leniency to those who surrendered and threatened harsh consequences for continued resistance. These psychological tactics were as integral to Alexander's strategy as his military manoeuvres, aimed at breaking the spirit of the Thebans and easing the eventual assault. The siege of Thebes began with a series of initial skirmishes, as Alexander's forces tested the city's defences and prepared for a full-scale assault. These early engagements were marked by fierce fighting, with Theban defenders launching sorties to disrupt the Macedonian siege operations. Despite constant harassment from Theban forces, Alexander's engineers worked tirelessly to set up siege engines and other equipment needed to breach the city walls. The Thebans, recognizing the threat, made several attempts to destroy the siege engines before they could be fully deployed, including night raids and direct assaults on the engineers. Despite these efforts, Alexander's forces managed to establish a strong perimeter around the city, gradually tightening the noose. The early stages of the siege were characterized by a tense standoff, with both sides bracing for the inevitable escalation of hostilities. As the siege progressed, Alexander's forces began making significant headway in breaching Thebes' formidable walls. The Macedonians deployed a variety of siege engines, including battering rams, catapults, and siege towers, to break through the city's defences. The battering rams, protected by mantlets, repeatedly struck the city gates and wall sections, gradually weakening them until they could no longer withstand the pressure. Catapults launched heavy stones and other projectiles over the walls, targeting the defenders and creating chaos within the city. Meanwhile, the siege towers moved into position under the cover of catapult fire, allowed Macedonian troops to scale the walls and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Although Theban defenders fought valiantly, the relentless pressure from Alexander's forces began to take its toll. Once the Macedonians breached the walls, the tide of the siege turned decisively in their favour. The invaders poured into the city through the breaches, engaging in fierce combat with Theban defenders who refused to surrender. These breaches were a turning point, allowing Alexander's forces to gain a foothold inside the city and systematically overpower the remaining resistance. Throughout the siege, there were several notable instances of personal bravery and remarkable engineering feats. One significant event was a duel between a key Theban commander and a Macedonian officer, symbolising the intense personal stakes of the conflict. On the engineering front, Alexander's forces displayed ingenuity in overcoming the city's defences. Notably, they constructed ramps leading up to the city walls, allowing siege towers to be moved closer despite the challenging terrain. Additionally, the Macedonians dug tunnels beneath the walls, attempting to undermine their foundations and cause sections to collapse. These engineering efforts, combined with the relentless assault from the siege engines, eventually wore down Thebes' defences and paved the way for the city's capture. The success of the siege was also due to the leadership of key commanders on both sides, whose decisions shaped the course of the battle. On the Macedonian side, Alexander's leadership was crucial in maintaining morale and discipline throughout the prolonged siege. His ability to inspire his soldiers and his tactical acumen were critical in executing the complex operations required to breach Thebes' defences. Alexander was not only a strategic planner, but also a hands-on leader, often seen at the forefront of the fighting, rallying his troops and leading by example. On the Theban side, the city's commanders showed remarkable resilience and courage in the face of overwhelming odds. They coordinated the city's defence skillfully, organising counter-attacks and managing limited resources to hold out as long as possible. However, despite their best efforts, the superior tactics, numbers, and resources of the Macedonian army ultimately proved too much for Thebes to withstand. The intensity of the fighting, particularly during the final assaults, underscored the high stakes, with both sides fully committed to victory at any cost. The aftermath of the siege was devastating for Thebes. After capturing the city, Alexander ordered its complete destruction as a warning to other Greek city-states that might consider rebellion. The city was razed to the ground, with buildings and fortifications systematically torn down by the victorious Macedonians. Thebes' population suffered a terrible fate. Many citizens were massacred, and others were sold into slavery. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves throughout Greece, starkly demonstrating Alexander's ruthlessness and determination to crush any opposition. The scale of the destruction was unprecedented, marking the end of Thebes as a major power in the Greek world. Once a centre of culture and military might, Thebes was reduced to ruins, its people scattered or enslaved, and its legacy as a symbol of resistance obliterated. The fall of Thebes had profound political ramifications for the rest of Greece. The city's destruction served as a stark warning to other Greek city-states about the consequences of defying Alexander. The message was unmistakable. Any city that dared to challenge Macedonian authority would face total annihilation. Thebes' fate discouraged further rebellions, as other city-states, fearing a similar outcome, chose to submit to Alexander rather than risk destruction. With Thebes eliminated as a centre of resistance, Alexander solidified his control over Greece, removing a significant threat to his authority. This allowed him to turn his attention to his campaign in Asia, confident that his power in Greece was unchallenged. The siege of Thebes was a critical event in Alexander's early reign, allowing him to consolidate power in Greece and secure a stable base for future conquests. The decisive victory over Thebes not only showcased Alexander's military prowess, but also cemented his reputation as a leader who would tolerate no opposition. This consolidation of power was essential for the success of his campaign against the Persian Empire, as it ensured Greece remained under Macedonian control, while Alexander pursued his ambitions abroad. The destruction of Thebes, though harsh, was an effective means of securing this control, paving the way for Alexander's legendary conquests across Asia. The Battle of Granicus, fought in 334 BCE, was a pivotal first engagement between Alexander the Great and the Persian Empire. This battle was more than just a clash of armies. It was a significant test of Alexander's military prowess and his ability to execute his ambitious plans against the might of Persia. For Alexander, the stakes were high. A victory would secure his foothold in Asia Minor, establish a base for further conquests, and send a powerful message to both the Persian Empire and the Greek cities under Persian control. Winning at Granicus would prove that Alexander was not just a young king, but a formidable leader capable of challenging the vast Persian Empire. It was also crucial for convincing the Greek mercenaries fighting for Persia that resistance was futile, thus preventing them from becoming a significant obstacle in future battles. The psychological impact of this first victory was immense. It would either embolden his troops and allies, or if lost, potentially derail his entire campaign before it had truly begun. The geographical context of the Battle of Granicus played a crucial role in shaping the strategies of both armies. The Granicus River, located in northwestern Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, presented a significant natural obstacle with its steep banks and fast-flowing waters. The river itself was a formidable barrier that complicated any direct assault, making it a natural defensive line for the Persian forces. The surrounding terrain, including rolling hills and rough ground, added further complexity to the battle, limiting the maneuverability of large formations and making it difficult to maintain cohesion during the crossing. Understanding these tactical advantages, the Persians positioned their forces along the riverbank, using Despite the risks of a direct assault, Alexander's boldness led him to take this gamble, confident in his ability to overcome the natural and military obstacles before him. The initial positioning of the armies at Granicus reflected the contrasting strategies of the two commanders. The Persians, aware of the river's defensive advantages, arrayed their cavalry and infantry along the eastern bank. The Persian cavalry, comprising some of the finest horsemen from across the empire, was placed in the front, ready to charge at the first sight of a Macedonian crossing. Behind them, the infantry, composed of Persian soldiers and Greek mercenaries, stood ready to exploit any breach in the Macedonian lines. This defensive setup maximised the advantages of the river as a natural barrier, with the Persians planning to repel any crossing attempt with overwhelming force. On the other side, Alexander positioned his army for a decisive, direct assault. Rejecting more cautious strategies, Alexander's approach involved sending his cavalry, including the elite companion cavalry he personally led, across the river in a bold frontal attack. This decision reflected his confidence in his troops' capabilities and his belief in the element of surprise, aiming to disrupt the Persian defences before they could fully respond. Alexander's tactical genius was on full display in his use of cavalry during the Battle of Granicus. Recognising the Persian cavalry's strength and numbers, Alexander knew that a direct confrontation would be risky. However, he also understood that the Persians were not expecting a frontal assault across the river. Leading the companion cavalry himself, Alexander charged across the Granicus, catching the Persians off guard. The Macedonian cavalry, trained for close quarters combat and heavily armoured, excelled in the ensuing chaotic melee. The shock of the charge threw the Persian cavalry into disarray, forcing them into hand-to-hand combat where the Macedonian lances and discipline proved superior. This manoeuvre disrupted the Persian battle lines, preventing a coordinated defence and allowing the Macedonian cavalry to penetrate deep into their ranks. Alexander's bold use of cavalry demonstrated his leadership and courage, setting the stage for the Macedonian infantry to cross the river and press the attack. While the cavalry was crucial in disrupting the Persian forces, the Macedonian phalanx was the backbone of Alexander's army during the battle. Once the cavalry had engaged and disoriented the Persian front lines, the phalanx followed, crossing the river in disciplined formation. The phalanx, with its tightly packed rows of soldiers wielding long sarissas, spears, advanced steadily, forming an almost impenetrable wall of spear points. Despite the challenging terrain, the phalanx maintained its momentum, pressing relentlessly against the Persian infantry. The discipline and cohesion of the phalanx were key to its effectiveness. Even as the soldiers advanced through the river and up the opposite bank, they maintained their formation, preventing the Persians from exploiting any gaps. The phalanx's ability to absorb and repel attacks while continuing to advance was crucial in maintaining pressure on the Persian forces, preventing them from regrouping and launching a counter-offensive. This steady advance, supported by ongoing cavalry assaults, was instrumental in breaking the Persian lines and driving them back from the riverbank. In addition to his cavalry and phalanx, Alexander effectively utilised his light infantry and the surrounding terrain to gain the upper hand. The Macedonian light infantry, in exploit weaknesses in the Persian formations, using their mobility to strike quickly and retreat before the Persians could retaliate. Their constant barrage of arrows and javelins weakened the Persian defences, making it easier for the main Macedonian forces to cross the river. Moreover, Alexander skillfully used the terrain to his advantage, turning the river, initially a barrier, into a trap for the Persian cavalry. By forcing the Persians to engage in close combat near the river's banks, where their mobility was limited, Alexander neutralized one of the Persian army's key strengths. This tactical use of light infantry and terrain not only softened up the Persian forces, but also created opportunities for the Macedonian cavalry and phalanx to exploit, leading to the eventual collapse of the Persian defences. Alexander's personal involvement in the Battle of Granicus was a defining moment in his early career, showcasing his willingness to lead from the front and take risks alongside his men. Unlike many commanders of his time who directed battles from a distance, Alexander placed himself at the heart of the action, leading the initial cavalry charge across the Granicus River. This direct involvement not only demonstrated his bravery, but also served as a powerful motivator for his troops, who were inspired by their king's fearlessness. A particularly critical moment during the battle came when Alexander's life was in grave danger. As he fought in the thick of the battle, a Persian nobleman, Spithridates, managed to close in on Alexander and raised his sword to deliver a potentially fatal blow. In a dramatic turn, Clytus the Black, one of Alexander's commanders and close companions, intervened at the last moment, severing the arm of Spithridates and saving Alexander's life. This narrow escape underscored the high stakes of the battle and the personal risks Alexander was willing to take. His bravery and leadership not only rallied his troops, but also significantly boosted morale, contributing to the Macedonian victory. Several key moments during the Battle of Granicus decisively shifted momentum in favour of the Macedonians. One pivotal moment was the breaking of the Persian cavalry by Alexander's companion cavalry. The shock and speed of the Macedonian charge disrupted the Persian forces, leading to a chaotic melee in which the Persian cavalry, despite their numbers, could not recover. Another critical point came when the Macedonian infantry successfully crossed the Granicus River. Despite challenging conditions and initial resistance, the disciplined Macedonian phalanx secured a foothold on the opposite bank. This achievement was crucial, allowing the Macedonian forces to bring their full strength against the Persians. As the battle wore on, sustained pressure from the phalanx, combined with continued cavalry assaults, led to the collapse of the Persian centre. This breakdown in the Persian lines marked the beginning of the end for their resistance at Granicus, as the Macedonians exploited the breach and drove the Persians from the field. These key moments were instrumental in securing a decisive victory for Alexander, showcasing the effectiveness of his tactics and the superiority of his forces. The leadership of key commanders on both sides played a crucial role in the battle's outcome. On the Macedonian side, commanders like Clytus the Black, who saved Alexander's life, and Parmenion, who provided steady leadership and strategic counsel, were instrumental in executing Alexander's bold plans. Their ability to adapt to the unfolding battle and their unwavering support for Alexander's decisions were vital in maintaining the momentum of the Macedonian assault. On the Persian side, leadership was less effective, partly due to overconfidence in their defensive position. Relying heavily on the natural barrier of the Granicus River, Persian commanders were caught off guard by Alexander's aggressive tactics and were unable to respond effectively once the Macedonians began crossing the river. Their failure to adapt and prevent the breach of their lines contributed significantly to their defeat. The contrast in leadership styles, Alexander's direct involvement and proactive strategies versus the reactive and ultimately inadequate Persian response, highlighted the importance of leadership in determining the battle's outcome. The victory at Granicus had a profound impact on Alexander's campaign, particularly in securing a foothold in Asia Minor. With the Persian forces defeated, Alexander gained control of the western regions of Asia Minor, establishing a base from which he could launch further military campaigns. This victory was more than just a tactical win. It signalled to the Persian Empire that Alexander was a formidable opponent who could not be easily dismissed. The defeat at Granicus sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, undermining the confidence of its leaders and weakening their control over the region. The victory also provided Alexander with a secure supply line and a platform to continue his advances deeper into Persian territory, paving the way for subsequent victories. One immediate benefit of the victory at Granicus was the liberation of Greek cities under Persian control. These cities, subjugated by Persia for decades, saw Alexander as a liberator and a champion of Greek freedom. By freeing these cities, Alexander not only gained the support of their populations, but also reinforced his image as a protector of Greek culture and autonomy. This was a significant boost to his campaign, rallying further support among the Greek states and securing valuable allies for the battles ahead. The liberation of these cities was not just a strategic move, but also a symbolic one, reinforcing the ideological framework of Alexander's campaign as a war of liberation against Persian tyranny. The psychological impact of the victory at Granicus on both sides was considerable. For the Macedonian army, the victory was a massive boost to morale, proving they could defeat the formidable Persian forces even in challenging conditions. This triumph instilled confidence in Alexander's leadership and reinforced the belief that they were on a path to greatness under his command. For the Persian defenders, however, the defeat was demoralizing. They had underestimated Alexander and paid a heavy price, with the loss at Granicus shattering any illusions of invincibility they might have held. This battle set the tone for the rest of the campaign, establishing Alexander's reputation as a brilliant and unstoppable military leader, and striking fear into the hearts of his enemies as he continued his march through the Persian Empire. Miletus was a critical target for Alexander the Great, due to its strategic position on the Aegean coast. As a key Persian naval base, Miletus provided a crucial stronghold for launching naval operations that could disrupt Alexander's supply lines. Controlling this city was essential for securing the Aegean coastline and preventing Persian counterattacks that could threaten Alexander's advancing army. The capture of Miletus would deny the Persians a valuable military asset and enable Alexander to safeguard his logistical operations, ensuring his supply lines remained Alexander could significantly weaken Persian naval power, giving him a decisive advantage in the conflict and allowing him to focus on land campaigns without the persistent threat of enemy naval forces. Miletus also held historical significance as one of the oldest and most influential cities in the ancient Greek world. Renowned for its contributions to commerce, culture, and philosophy, Miletus was a centre of intellectual activity and had been a prominent player in the Ionian revolt against Persian rule in the 5th century BCE. The city's capture by Alexander was not only a strategic victory but also a symbolic one, representing the restoration of Greek autonomy and unity under his leadership. By bringing Miletus under his control, Alexander struck a blow to Persian influence in the region and reinforced his image as a liberator of the Greek world from Persian domination. Capturing Miletus was vital to Alexander's broader strategy to neutralize Persian naval power and secure the western coast of Asia Minor. With Miletus under Macedonian control, Alexander could turn his attention to inland campaigns, confident that his rear was secure and his supply lines were safe from Persian naval threats. This strategic gain allowed him to focus on his ultimate goal of conquering the Persian Empire without the distraction of potential maritime disruptions. To ensure the success of the siege, Alexander implemented a naval blockade to cut off Miletus from receiving reinforcements or supplies from the Persian fleet. Although Alexander's fleet was smaller than the Persian navy, it effectively controlled the waters around Miletus, preventing any Persian ships from reaching the city. This blockade was crucial to Alexander's strategy, isolating Miletus and ensuring the defenders could not receive external support, thereby weakening their resistance. The coordination between Alexander's naval forces and his land army was key to the blockade's effectiveness. By controlling the sea routes, Alexander maintained pressure on Miletus from multiple fronts, making it increasingly difficult for the city's defenders to hold out. On land, Alexander employed a variety of siege engines and tactics to breach Miletus's formidable defences. His engineers constructed and deployed siege towers, battering rams, and catapults to attack the city walls. The siege towers allowed Macedonian troops to assault the walls from elevated positions, while battering rams targeted the gates and weaker sections of the fortifications. Catapults launched massive stones into the city, causing destruction and chaos among the defenders. These constant assaults placed immense pressure on the defenders, gradually wearing down their ability to maintain a cohesive defence. Alexander's forces relentlessly exploited any weaknesses in Miletus's defences, constantly probing for opportunities to breach the walls. The effectiveness of these siege engines showcased the skill and innovation of Alexander's engineers, who adapted their tactics to the specific challenges posed by Miletus's fortifications. This relentless approach eventually paid off as the walls began to crumble under sustained attacks, paving the way for a full-scale assault on the city. In addition to the physical assault, Alexander employed psychological tactics to weaken the resolve of Miletus's defenders. He spread rumours suggesting that their situation was hopeless, and that continued resistance would only lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Alexander also ordered night assaults, disrupting the defenders' sleep and morale, keeping them in a state of constant anxiety. These These tactics aimed to exhaust the defenders both physically and mentally, making them more likely to consider surrender. Additionally, Alexander offered favourable surrender terms to the city's leaders, promising leniency and protection if they capitulated peacefully. This offer was intended to create dissent within the city, as some factions might favour surrender to avoid the devastation of a full-scale assault. By combining psychological tactics with military operations, Alexander aims to force Miletus into submission without further bloodshed, though the defenders' resolve ultimately prolonged the conflict. Maintaining the siege of Miletus posed significant logistical challenges, requiring Alexander to ensure a steady supply of food, weapons, and reinforcements for his army. The prolonged nature of the siege meant that Alexander's forces needed regular resupply, particularly given the coastal location of the city and the ongoing threat from the Persian fleet. Alexander's ability to sustain the siege demonstrated his organisational skills and the discipline of his troops, who endured the hardships of a long campaign while maintaining their combat effectiveness. The logistical efforts also highlighted the importance of Alexander's control over the surrounding region, as it allowed him to secure the necessary resources and maintain communication lines with the rest of his forces. The defenders of Miletus were well prepared with formidable defences. The city's walls were strong and had been reinforced in anticipation of a siege, making any direct assault difficult and costly. The city's coastal location provided natural defences that complemented its man-made fortifications. Well supplied and determined, the defenders used these strategic advantages to repel Alexander's initial assaults, forcing him to adopt more sophisticated and persistent tactics. The strong garrison within the city was capable of launching effective countermeasures, such as sorties against Alexander's forces, disrupting the construction of siege engines and attacking the Macedonian troops from unexpected directions. These defensive measures prolonged the siege, requiring Alexander to continuously adapt his strategies. The presence of the Persian fleet near Miletus posed a significant challenge, remaining a constant threat despite being unable to break the naval blockade. The defenders made several attempts to contact the Persian fleet for reinforcements, hoping to break the siege, or at least disrupt the Macedonian forces enough to lift the blockade. However, Alexander's naval superiority in the immediate area and his effective coordination with his land forces prevented these attempts from succeeding. The Persian fleet's inability to intervene effectively allowed Alexander to maintain focus on the siege without the added pressure of a naval confrontation. The adaptability of Alexander's forces, both on land and at sea, ensured that the siege remained under Macedonian control despite these challenges. The eventual capture of Miletus was a significant victory for Alexander, solidifying his control over the Aegean coast and effectively neutralising Persian naval power in the region. With Miletus under Macedonian control, Alexander secured his western flank, ensuring that his supply lines and communications would remain uninterrupted as he advanced further into Asia Minor. This strategic gain was crucial for the success of his broader campaign, allowing him to shift his focus entirely to inland conquests without the looming threat of Persian naval interference. The fall of Miletus had a profound impact on demonstrated the effectiveness of Alexander's military strategies and reinforced his reputation as a leader capable of overcoming formidable challenges. With Miletus secured, Alexander continued his campaign with greater confidence, setting the stage for further successes in Asia Minor and beyond as he pursued his goal of conquering the Persian Empire. Halicarnassus, located on the southwestern coast of Asia Minor, was a crucial Persian stronghold during Alexander the Great's campaign. As a major city in Korea, Halicarnassus held strategic importance for controlling naval access to the region, serving as a vital link between the Persian mainland and their territories in Asia Minor. Beyond its military significance, Halicarnassus was historically and culturally important, home to the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This combination of strategic value and rich history made Halicarnassus a key target for Alexander, who aimed to neutralize Persian power and solidify his control over the Aegean coast. Capturing Halicarnassus was essential for Alexander's campaign, as it would significantly weaken Persian influence in Asia Minor. The city was one of the last major Persian strongholds in the region, and its fall would prevent Persian forces from launching counterattacks or establishing a naval blockade against Alexander's advancing army. Halicarnassus was heavily fortified, with strong city walls, a well-trained garrison, and natural defences provided by surrounding hills and coastline. The city was commanded by Memnon of Rhodes, a skilled Greek commander leading both Persian forces and Greek mercenaries in the defence of Halicarnassus. Memnon's leadership, combined with the city's formidable defences, made the siege of Halicarnassus one of the most challenging operations in Alexander's early campaign. The defences of Halicarnassus were among the most formidable Alexander faced. Massive walls, reinforced with towers, protected the city, making any direct assault daunting. The natural terrain, including steep hills and coastal cliffs, further enhanced its defensive capabilities, giving the defenders a significant advantage. Memnon of Rhodes, an experienced military commander, had strengthened the city's defences and prepared his forces to repel the Macedonian assault. The combination of strong fortifications, difficult terrain, and capable leadership made the siege of Halicarnassus a protracted and challenging endeavour for Alexander. To prepare for the siege, Alexander's forces focused on the construction and deployment of siege engines, including battering rams, catapults, and siege towers. These were designed to breach the city's formidable walls and allow Macedonian troops to engage directly with the defenders. Constructing these engines posed significant engineering challenges, particularly given the strength of Halicarnassus's fortifications and the need to operate close to the city's walls, where defenders could launch counterattacks. Alexander's engineers overcame these difficulties by designing siege engines that could withstand assaults while effectively breaking through the city's defences. The siege towers, in particular, provided cover for attacking troops as they approached the walls, allowing them to deploy battering rams and other siege weapons effectively. The meticulous planning and construction of these siege engines were critical to the success of the initial assaults on Halicarnassus. Alexander's troops were strategically deployed around Halicarnassus to maximise their effectiveness in the siege. The infantry, including the phalanx, was positioned to maintain constant constant pressure on the city's walls, ready to launch assaults as soon as breaches were made by the siege engines. The cavalry was stationed to swiftly counter any sorties by the defenders, ensuring that any attempts by the Persians to break out were quickly suppressed. Light infantry and archers harassed the defenders from a distance, weakening their resolve and making it difficult for them to hold their positions on the walls. This strategic deployment ensured that Alexander could keep the city under constant threat, preventing the defenders from resting or regrouping. The careful coordination of these different units was essential to maintaining the siege and containing the defenders within the city. The initial assaults on Halicarnassus were marked by intense fighting as Alexander's forces attempted to breach the city's defences. The Macedonians launched a series of direct assaults, using their siege engines to batter the fortifications and create openings for their troops to enter the city. However, the defenders, led by Memnon, put up fierce resistance. The garrison used a combination of archers, artillery, and counterattacks to repel the Macedonian forces, inflicting significant casualties and preventing substantial progress. These early skirmishes were characterized by brutal hand-to-hand combat as Macedonian troops attempted to scale the walls and engage the defenders directly. Despite the intensity of the fighting, the defenders managed to hold their ground, forcing Alexander to reassess his strategy and prepare for a prolonged siege. In response to Alexander's initial assaults, Memnon and the Persian forces launched several counterattacks aimed at disrupting the Macedonian siege efforts. These included surprise sorties from the city, where small groups of defenders would sally out to destroy siege engines or attack Macedonian troops as they prepared for the next assault. These tactics inflicted maximum damage on the besieging forces and delayed their progress. Memnon's forces also effectively used the city's fortifications, launching surprise attacks from hidden positions or using artillery to target key points in the Macedonian lines. Although temporary, these counterattacks successfully stalled Alexander's progress and forced him to adapt his strategy. The ability of the defenders to mount such effective resistance highlighted the challenges Alexander faced in capturing Halicarnassus. The siege of Halicarnassus presented significant logistical challenges for Alexander and his army. Maintaining a steady supply of food, weapons, and reinforcements was critical to sustaining the siege, particularly as it dragged on and resources became strained. The need to supply a large force in hostile territory required careful planning and coordination. Supplies had to be transported over difficult terrain, often under threat of Persian attacks or attempts to disrupt the supply lines. Additionally, the construction and maintenance of siege engines demanded a constant flow of materials, which needed to be sourced and transported to the front lines. Ensuring the continuous operation of these engines, while keeping communication lines open between different parts of the army, was a testament to Alexander's organisational skills and the discipline of his troops. The logistical efforts involved in the siege were crucial to its eventual success. The weather conditions and rugged terrain around Halicarnassus further complicated the siege operations. Adverse weather, such as heavy rains or extreme heat, could significantly hamper the effectiveness of siege engines and slow troop movements. The steep hills advantages allowed the defenders to observe Macedonian movements and prepare accordingly. The combination of difficult weather and challenging terrain added complexity to the siege, requiring Alexander to adjust his tactics and find ways to overcome these environmental obstacles. These logistical and environmental challenges directly impacted Alexander's siege strategy. To cope with the prolonged siege, Alexander made several adjustments, such as altering the timing of assaults to take advantage of favourable weather conditions and rotating troops to manage fatigue and prevent burnout. He also modified his tactics to better navigate the terrain, employing engineers to construct ramps or platforms that bypassed some of the natural defences around the city. These adjustments were critical in maintaining the momentum of the siege and eventually weakening Halicarnassus's defences. Through careful planning and adaptability, Alexander was able to overcome the significant challenges posed by the city's fortifications and environment, setting the stage for the eventual fall of this important Persian stronghold. Mindus, located on the Aegean coast near Halicarnassus, held significant geographical and strategic importance within Alexander the Great's campaign. Capturing Mindus was crucial for cutting off potential escape routes for the Persian forces entrenched in Halicarnassus. Its position along the coast made Mindus a key point for controlling sea routes, vital for the Persians to receive reinforcements and supplies. By seizing Mindus, Alexander aimed to isolate the Persian forces in Halicarnassus, thereby weakening their ability to sustain a prolonged defence. This move was a strategic effort to tighten Alexander's grip on the region and prevent the Persians from regrouping or counter-attacking. Targeting Mindus was a deliberate part of Alexander's plan to isolate Halicarnassus, one of the most fortified Persian strongholds in Asia Minor. Capturing Mindus would sever connections between Halicarnassus and other coastal cities, disrupting the operations of the Persian fleet. The fall of Mindus would effectively close off any avenues for the Persians to receive aid from the sea, leaving Halicarnassus vulnerable to a concentrated assault. This isolation was key to Alexander's strategy, allowing him to focus his military efforts on Halicarnassus without the constant threat of external support reaching the Persian defenders. The capture of Mindus, therefore, was not just a tactical victory. It was a critical step in the broader campaign to secure the Aegean coast and break Persian resistance in the region. Alexander's siege of Mindus was marked by the effective use of his naval forces to establish a blockade, cutting off the city from potential reinforcements or supplies arriving by sea. His fleet was strategically deployed to encircle Mindus, ensuring that no ships could enter or leave the harbour. This naval blockade was crucial in exerting pressure on the city's defenders, who were now isolated by both land and sea. The coordination between Alexander's navy and land forces exemplified his comprehensive approach to siege warfare, where control of both land and sea was essential for success. The blockade not only prevented escape, but also gradually drained the city's resources, weakening the defenders' ability to hold out against the impending assault. By controlling the waters around Mindus, Alexander effectively tightened the noose around the city, setting the stage for its eventual capture. On land, Alexander employed a variety of siege tactics to breach the walls of Mindus and engines, such as battering rams and catapults, to pound the city's fortifications and create openings for his troops. These engines were strategically positioned around the city, focusing on the most vulnerable sections of the walls. In addition to relentless artillery bombardment, Alexander employed unconventional tactics, including surprise attacks. Night assaults were attempted to catch the defenders off guard, and sappers were used to undermine the city's walls from below. These tactics showcased Alexander's adaptability and willingness to use diverse methods to achieve his objectives. The combination of heavy siege machinery and surprise maneuvers placed the defenders under constant pressure, forcing them to stretch their resources thin in an attempt to respond to multiple threats. The defenders of Mindus were determined to resist and mounted a formidable defence against Alexander's forces. They worked tirelessly to repair breaches in the walls and launched counterattacks to disrupt Macedonian siege operations. The resilience of the defenders meant that the siege was far from straightforward, requiring Alexander to continually adapt his tactics. In response to the challenges posed by the city's defences, Alexander altered the timing of his attacks, opting for periods of intense bombardment followed by lulls to keep the defenders guessing. He also rotated his troops to maintain pressure without exhausting his forces, ensuring that his army remained effective throughout the prolonged siege. Additionally, Alexander intensified the naval blockade, further isolating the city and breaking the defenders' morale. These adaptations were crucial in gradually wearing down the city's defences and ultimately leading to a breakthrough. The capture of Mindus marked a significant victory for Alexander's campaign, with immediate and far-reaching consequences. The fall of the city effectively isolated Halicarnassus, depriving the Persians of a potential refuge or supply base along the coast. This victory strengthened Alexander's hold on the Aegean coast and boosted the morale of his troops, who saw the capture of Mindus as a crucial step toward the eventual fall of Halicarnassus. With Mindus under his control, Alexander could concentrate his military efforts on Halicarnassus without worrying about external threats, bringing him closer to his goal of securing the entire region. The broader strategic impact of capturing Mindus was significant for Alexander's campaign in Asia Minor. The loss of the city weakened the overall Persian defensive network along the coast, making it more difficult for the Persians to mount a coordinated defence against Alexander's advances. The fall of Mindus contributed to the gradual erosion of Persian control over the region, paving the way for further Macedonian successes. This victory reinforced the effectiveness of Alexander's strategy of isolating and systematically dismantling Persian strongholds, setting the stage for his continued progress into the heart of the Persian Empire. The siege of Mindus demonstrated Alexander's ability to adapt and innovate in the face of resistance, key to his success in the campaign and laying the groundwork for his legendary conquests. After initial setbacks during the siege of Halicarnassus, Alexander recognized the need to regroup and implement new strategies to maintain pressure on the fortified city. The arrival of reinforcements and fresh supplies was crucial in sustaining the siege, as the prolonged conflict had strained Alexander's forces. These reinforcements included additional troops, new siege equipment, and vital provisions, allowing at specific weak points in the city's walls to create breaches that his troops could exploit. By concentrating his efforts on these vulnerable areas, Alexander aimed to gradually erode the city's defences and weaken the resolve of its defenders, making it more difficult for them to mount an effective resistance. One of the most significant developments in the renewed siege efforts was the construction and deployment of new siege engines designed to overcome Halicarnassus's strong fortifications. These included larger battering rams capable of delivering more powerful blows to the city's gates and walls, as well as advanced catapults that could launch heavier projectiles with greater accuracy and force. These siege engines were crucial for breaking through the reinforced defences that had withstood earlier assaults. Additionally, Alexander's engineers likely introduced siege towers equipped with archers or artillery, allowing his forces to target defenders on the walls more effectively while providing cover for infantry advancing toward the breaches. The introduction of these technologies and innovations in siege warfare demonstrated Alexander's commitment to adapting his strategies to the unique challenges presented by each fortified city. Maintaining the morale and momentum of his troops was another critical aspect of Alexander's strategy during the prolonged siege. The difficult and extended nature of the operation meant that keeping his soldiers motivated and focused was as important as the military tactics themselves. Alexander understood the importance of high morale, especially when facing strong resistance and logistical challenges that could lead to frustration and fatigue. To keep his army committed, Alexander took several actions to boost morale. He delivered public speeches to inspire his troops, emphasizing the significance of their mission and the rewards awaiting them upon victory. He also rewarded acts of bravery and exceptional performance, recognizing individual soldiers and units that distinguished themselves in battle. These rewards, whether in the form of promotions, honours, or material gifts, incentivized his troops to maintain their efforts despite the hardships. Additionally, Alexander strategically rotated his troops, allowing periods of rest and recovery while ensuring fresh forces were always available to continue the siege. This careful management of resources and personnel helped sustain the siege's momentum and contributed to its success. As the siege of Halicarnassus dragged on, several key turning points began to shift the momentum in favour of Alexander's forces. One such moment occurred when Macedonian siege engines finally breached a critical section of the city's walls, allowing Alexander's troops to gain a foothold inside the city and disrupt his previously impenetrable defences. Another turning point was the weakening of key defensive positions within the city, particularly after repeated bombardments and assaults took their toll on the defenders. The coordinated resistance that had initially been formidable began to falter as the defenders struggled to respond to the relentless pressure. The combination of sustained attacks, effective use of siege technology, and Alexander's leadership during these critical moments gradually wore down the defenders' ability to resist, paving the way for the final stages of the siege. The prolonged siege and relentless assaults also led to a gradual erosion of morale among the defenders of Halicarnassus. Initially resolute in their efforts to repel Alexander's forces, the defenders began to suffer from resource depletion and the psychological psychological strain of witnessing their city's defences being systematically dismantled, the failure of Persian reinforcements to break the siege or provide meaningful support further demoralised the defenders, who realised they were increasingly isolated and vulnerable. As the siege wore on, instances of desertion and internal conflict among the defenders became more common, weakening their resolve and making it more difficult to mount an effective defence. The psychological impact of the siege, combined with the physical toll of relentless assaults, contributed to the collapse of coordinated resistance within the city. The final assault on Halicarnassus was the culmination of Alexander's relentless efforts to capture the city. With critical defensive positions weakened and the morale of the defenders shattered, Alexander's troops launched a coordinated and determined attack on the remaining strongholds. The intensity of the fighting was fierce, as both sides knew the outcome would be decisive. Alexander's forces focused on capturing key positions, such as the city gates, towers, and weakened sections of the walls. Bolstered by recent successes, the Macedonian troops fought with renewed vigour, overwhelming the remaining defenders and securing control of strategic points. Notable acts of heroism and strategic brilliance were displayed during this final assault, with Alexander and his commanders employing tactics like feigned retreats to lure defenders into vulnerable positions and launching surprise attacks to exploit weaknesses. These manoeuvres proved decisive, allowing Alexander's forces to break through the last lines of defence and capture Halicarnassus. As the city's defences crumbled, the remaining defenders had little choice but to surrender. In the aftermath, Alexander's forces occupied the city and secured control over strategic points. To consolidate his victory, Alexander established a garrison to maintain order and prevent further resistance, while repairing the damaged defences to ensure the city could withstand potential counterattacks. Balancing security with the need to win over the local population was also a key concern, as Alexander sought to solidify his control over the newly captured city. The fall of Halicarnassus, a major Persian stronghold, marked a significant achievement for Alexander, representing a crucial step in securing the Aegean coast and advancing further into Asia Minor. The fall of Halicarnassus had profound implications for Alexander's broader campaign. With the western coast of Asia Minor secured, Alexander could shift his focus to advancing inland without the constant threat of Persian counterattacks from the west. The successful siege of such a heavily fortified city demonstrated Alexander's ability to conduct prolonged and complex military operations, further solidifying his reputation as a military genius. The victory at Halicarnassus also sent a clear message to both enemies and allies. Alexander was capable of overcoming even the most formidable challenges, setting the stage for future conquests. The psychological impact of Halicarnassus's fall on the Persian Empire and its allies was significant. The loss of such a key city weakened Persian morale and shifted regional power dynamics, leading many local rulers and satraps to reconsider their allegiance to Persia. The fall of Halicarnassus revealed the vulnerability of Persian defences and highlighted the growing power of Alexander gradual erosion of Persian influence in the region. The legacy of the siege of Halicarnassus is one of determination, strategic brilliance, and relentless pursuit of goals. Alexander's success in capturing the city, despite significant challenges, stands as a testament to his military prowess and his ability to adapt and innovate in the face of adversity. The siege had an immediate impact on Alexander's campaign and left a lasting mark on history, exemplifying the qualities that would make Alexander one of the greatest military leaders of all time. Issus, a narrow coastal plain squeezed between the mountains and the Mediterranean Sea, held immense strategic significance in Alexander the Great's campaign against the Persian Empire. The location of Issus presented both a geographical challenge and an opportunity. The narrow terrain severely limited the ability of the much larger Persian army to fully deploy its forces, thereby neutralizing their numerical superiority. This natural bottleneck forced the Persians to fight on a confined battlefield where Alexander's smaller, more disciplined army could engage them effectively. For Alexander, the battle was not just a military engagement, but a pivotal turning point in his quest to control Asia Minor. The outcome of Issus would determine the balance of power in the region, influencing the morale of both his army and the Persian forces under Darius III. A victory here would secure Asia Minor for Alexander and send a resounding message throughout the Persian Empire about his military prowess and determination. In the lead up to the Battle of Issus, both Alexander and Darius mobilized their forces with strategic intent. After securing Cilicia, Alexander pursued the Persian forces northward, aiming to bring Darius to battle on favorable terrain. His movements were calculated to ensure that he maintained the strategic initiative, crossing into Cilicia and securing key positions along the way, which allowed him to choose the battlefield. Meanwhile, Darius, confident in his overwhelming numbers, moved his massive army northward, hoping to trap Alexander in a position where he could be overwhelmed. Darius commanded a vast, multi-ethnic army that included infantry, cavalry, and elite units like the Immortals, the backbone of Persian military might for centuries. In contrast, Alexander's force, though significantly smaller, was a well-coordinated and highly disciplined unit composed of Macedonian phalanxes, companion cavalry, and versatile light infantry. The size and composition of the two armies reflected the vastly different strategies and military traditions of the two leaders, with Alexander relying on tactical precision and innovation, while Darius placed his faith in sheer numbers and the might of his empire. The stakes of the Battle of Issus were immense, particularly for Alexander's broader campaign to conquer the Persian Empire. For Darius, this battle represented a critical opportunity to crush Alexander's ambitions early and reassert Persian dominance over Asia Minor. A decisive victory would likely have ended Alexander's campaign and re-established Persian control over the region. Conversely, for Alexander, Issus was a crucial test of his military strategy and leadership. A victory would solidify his hold over Asia Minor, demoralize the Persian forces, and demonstrate his ability to challenge and defeat the Persian king himself. The outcome of this battle would have far-reaching consequences for the power dynamics in the region, influencing the future of the Persian Empire Alexander's burgeoning empire. Alexander's use of the terrain at Issus was a masterclass in battlefield strategy. Understanding the limitations imposed by the narrow coastal plain, he positioned his forces with the mountains on one side and the sea on the other, effectively preventing the Persians from outflanking him. This decision to anchor his army between these natural barriers forced Darius to fight on a compressed front where his numerical superiority was rendered ineffective. The narrow terrain meant that the Persian army, despite its size, could not deploy its full strength at once, reducing the effectiveness of its cavalry and limiting the maneuverability of its infantry. Alexander's strategic placement of his forces allowed the Macedonian phalanx to engage the Persian infantry directly, while his cavalry could exploit any weaknesses in the Persian lines. By dictating the terms of the battle through his use of terrain, Alexander transformed what could have been a disadvantageous situation into one where his smaller, more disciplined army could engage the Persians on equal footing. Central to Alexander's strategy at Issus was the formidable Macedonian phalanx, which served as the backbone of his army. The phalanx, composed of heavily armed infantrymen wielding long sarissas, spears, was designed to hold the centre of the battle line and absorb the main Persian assault. The discipline and cohesion of the phalanx allowed it to maintain formation under intense pressure, presenting an impenetrable wall of spears that could push back the advancing Persian infantry. Throughout the battle, the phalanx demonstrated its ability to hold its ground and slowly advance, forcing the Persian forces into close combat where their numerical advantage was nullified. The success of the phalanx at Issus was a testament to the rigorous training and organisation of Alexander's troops, who executed complex manoeuvres with precision. By anchoring his centre with the phalanx, Alexander ensured that his army could withstand the brunt of the Persian attack, while setting the stage for his cavalry to deliver decisive blows on the flanks. The role of cavalry in the Battle of Issus was critical, particularly in how Alexander used his companion cavalry to exploit weaknesses in the Persian lines. The initial cavalry engagements were fierce, with both sides seeking to gain an advantage on the flanks. Alexander, known for his bold and aggressive tactics, personally led his companion cavalry in a series of charges designed to disrupt the Persian cavalry and create openings in their formation. At one point, Alexander employed a feigned retreat, luring the Persian cavalry into a trap where they were surrounded and cut down. This manoeuvre not only inflicted heavy casualties on the Persian cavalry, but also sowed confusion and panic among the Persian ranks. Despite their numerical superiority, the Persian cavalry struggled to manoeuvre effectively on the constrained battlefield, limiting their ability to counter Alexander's rapid and coordinated strikes. In contrast, the Macedonian cavalry, though outnumbered, used the terrain and their superior discipline to outmaneuver their opponents, delivering decisive blows that helped turn the tide of the battle. Both Alexander and Darius made strategic use of reserves during the battle, with each leader adapting to the evolving situation on the battlefield. Alexander's use of reserves was particularly effective, as he strategically positioned additional troops to reinforce key positions and counter any breakthroughs by the Persian forces. When the Persian infantry managed to Alexander swiftly deployed his reserves to plug the gap and stabilize the situation. This flexibility allowed the Macedonian forces to maintain cohesion and continue pressing the attack. On the other side, Darius committed his elite forces, including the Immortals, to decisive engagements where he believed they could break the Macedonian resistance. However, these efforts were repeatedly thwarted by Alexander's flexible tactics and superior command structure. The Persian reserves, though formidable, were unable to overcome the disciplined and well-coordinated Macedonian forces, leading to a gradual but steady erosion of Persian combat effectiveness. The turning point of the Battle of Issus came when Alexander led a direct assault on Darius' position. Sensing that the battle could be decided by a single, decisive blow, Alexander aimed to strike directly at the heart of the Persian army. Leading his companion cavalry in a furious charge, Alexander targeted the centre of the Persian line where Darius was positioned. The psychological impact of this bold move was immediate and profound. The sight of Alexander, already renowned for his bravery and tactical acumen, charging directly at the Persian king, created panic and confusion among the Persian ranks. The intensity of the fighting around Darius's position was unmatched, with both sides recognizing that the outcome of the battle hinged on this moment. Alexander's goal was clear: to capture or kill Darius, knowing this would likely cause the Persian army to collapse. The audacity of this assault demonstrated Alexander's fearlessness and his understanding of the psychological aspects of warfare. By directly challenging Darius, Alexander sought to shatter the morale of the Persian forces and end the battle with a single, decisive strike. The decisive moment in the Battle of Issus occurred when Darius, fearing for his life, fled the battlefield. The sight of their king abandoning the fight had a devastating effect on the Persian troops, triggering a complete collapse of their morale. What had been a fierce and contested battle quickly turned into a rout, with Persian soldiers abandoning their positions and fleeing in disarray. The narrow passes that had once constrained Alexander's army now became a death trap for the retreating Persians, who were cut down by the pursuing Macedonian forces. Darius's flight not only signalled the end of the battle, but also marked a catastrophic failure for the Persian king, whose army disintegrated in the face of Alexander's relentless advance. The chaos that ensued as the Persian forces attempted to escape underscored the importance of leadership and morale in battle. With Darius gone, the Persian army ceased to function as a coherent fighting force, allowing Alexander to secure a decisive victory. One of the most significant outcomes of the Battle of Issus was the capture of Darius's family, including his mother, wife, and children, who were found in the Persian camp after the battle. This event had profound implications for both Alexander and Darius. For Alexander, the capture of the Persian royal family provided valuable hostages, which he could use as leverage in future negotiations with Darius. It also sent a powerful message to Darius and the Persian nobility about Alexander's dominance and the precarious position of the Persian king. Alexander's respectful treatment of Darius' family, ensuring their safety and dignity, further bolstered his reputation as a magnanimous conqueror, contrasting with the ruthless image often associated with his campaigns. This victory at Issus not only strengthened Alexander's position in the at Issus had a profound impact on the broader campaign, significantly weakening Persian resistance in Asia Minor and beyond. The defeat shattered the myth of Persian invincibility, emboldening many of Alexander's allies and potential supporters. With the Persian forces in disarray and their king's authority severely undermined, Alexander was able to continue his advance into Persian territory with greater confidence. The loss of so many troops, combined with the capture of Darius's family, dealt a severe blow to Persian morale and military cohesion, making it increasingly difficult for Darius to rally his forces for future engagements. Issus was a significant boost to Alexander's reputation as an invincible commander and a legitimate successor to the Persian throne. News of the battle spread rapidly, leading other regions and leaders to reconsider their allegiances. Many, seeing the tide turning in Alexander's favour, chose to submit to him without further resistance, recognising his growing power and the diminishing prospects of Persian victory. The battle not only secured Alexander's position in the short term, but also laid the groundwork for his eventual conquest of the entire Persian Empire. The capture of Darius's family at Issus provided Alexander with significant leverage in future negotiations. This victory was not merely a tactical triumph, but a strategic one, securing Alexander's position as a formidable leader and setting the stage for the continued expansion of his empire. The events at Issus demonstrated Alexander's ability to combine military brilliance with strategic foresight, ensuring that each victory paved the way for further successes in his relentless pursuit of conquering the known world. Tyre, one of the most prominent cities of the ancient world, held immense strategic significance during Alexander the Great's campaign against the Persian Empire. Situated on a small island approximately half a mile off the coast of modern-day Lebanon, Tyre was a crucial naval base that controlled access to the eastern Mediterranean. Its location allowed it to dominate maritime trade routes and military movements, making it a key asset for the Persian navy. The city's well-protected natural harbour served as a safe haven for Persian ships, enabling them to project power across the Mediterranean and maintain control over critical sea lanes. For Alexander, capturing Tyre was essential to securing his lines of communication and supply, particularly as he advanced further into Persian territory. The conquest of Tyre would effectively neutralise the Persian naval threat, cutting off their ability to launch counterattacks by sea, and ensuring that Alexander could continue his campaign without fearing disruptions to his logistical support. Moreover, controlling Tyre would grant Alexander a strategic foothold in the region, from which he could exert influence over the entire eastern Mediterranean. Beyond its strategic importance, Tyre was one of the oldest and most prosperous cities of the Phoenician civilization, renowned for its wealth, maritime prowess, and cultural contributions. The city had a long history as a centre of trade and commerce, exporting goods such as purple dye, glass, and timber to markets across the Mediterranean. Tyre's maritime dominance was reflected in its extensive network of colonies, including Carthage, a major power in its own right. The city's reputation as a fortified and resilient stronghold was well earned, having withstood numerous sieges throughout its history, including an attack by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar Tyre's island location and formidable defences posed significant challenges for any besieging army. The city's position half a mile offshore made it difficult for attackers to reach, while its high walls, rising directly from the sea, provided a daunting barrier to any assault. The natural harbour was heavily fortified, and the Tyrians were known for their resourcefulness and determination in defending their city. These factors made Tyre a seemingly impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding prolonged sieges and repelling even the most determined attackers. For Alexander, the challenges presented by Tyre's geography and defences required innovative and unconventional strategies, as standard siege tactics would likely prove ineffective against such a well-defended target. The siege of Tyre was one of the most challenging and complex operations in Alexander's military career, marked by formidable defences and initial setbacks. Tyre's robust city walls, reinforced with defensive towers along the coastline, presented a nearly insurmountable obstacle to direct assault. The city's natural harbour, protected by a combination of walls and fortified structures, made it difficult for Alexander's navy to launch effective attacks by sea. The Tyrians, well aware of their city's strengths, were prepared to resist any attempts to breach their defences. Initial efforts by Alexander to find a weakness in Tyre's fortifications proved fruitless, as the city's defenders repelled early assaults with ease. These setbacks highlighted the difficulty of the task before Alexander, who quickly realised that a revised strategy would be necessary to overcome the city's defences. The initial challenges of the siege underscored the resilience of the Tyrians and the need for innovative approaches to breach the island fortress. The defenders of Tyre were determined to resist Alexander's siege, employing a variety of countermeasures to stall his efforts and protect their city. The Tyrians utilised fire ships, small vessels loaded with flammable materials, which they sent toward Alexander's fleet to disrupt naval operations and damage his ships. They also conducted defensive sorties, launching sudden attacks on Alexander's forces by land and sea to destroy siege engines and inflict casualties. The defenders were adept at repairing breaches in the walls as quickly as they were made, using the time gained from these counterattacks to shore up their defences. Their knowledge of the city's advantages, coupled with deep confidence in Tyre's historical resilience, fueled their determination to hold out against the Macedonian forces. The Tyrians believed that their city, which had withstood sieges in the past, could once again defy the odds and resist Alexander's seemingly unstoppable advance. During the early stages of the siege of Tyre, Alexander faced significant strategic dilemmas, primarily due to the island's location, which rendered standard siege tactics ineffective. The inability to surround the city and cut off its supplies by land made it impossible to starve Tyre into submission, a common siege tactic. Additionally, Tyre's strong naval presence and natural harbour defences meant that a direct assault from the sea was unlikely to succeed without significant naval support. Alexander quickly recognised that his initial approach needed to be drastically altered if he were to capture the city. The pressure to capture Tyre quickly was immense, as a prolonged siege could drain resources, demoralise his troops, and risk losing the momentum that had propelled his campaign thus far. Alexander's strategic challenge was how to overcome the natural and man-made barriers protecting Alexander's capabilities as a military leader. Faced with these challenges, Alexander devised one of his most innovative strategies, the construction of a causeway, or mole, to connect the mainland to the island of Tyre. This monumental engineering feat involved transporting massive amounts of stone, earth, and other materials to fill the shallow waters between the mainland and the island. The causeway would serve as a bridge, allowing Alexander's siege engines to be brought within range of Tyre's walls. The construction of the causeway was a daunting task, fraught with challenges. Workers faced constant attacks from Tyrian defenders, who launched projectiles and fire ships to disrupt their progress. Additionally, the threat of storms or waves washing away the work was ever present, requiring engineers to reinforce the causeway as they advanced. Despite these difficulties, the construction of the mole progressed steadily, driven by Alexander's determination and the relentless efforts of his engineers and soldiers. The completion of the causeway marked a turning point in the siege, allowing Alexander to bring his full military power to bear on Tyre's defences, signalling the beginning of the end for the island city. Once the causeway was completed, Alexander deployed siege towers along its length, which played a crucial role in the assault on Tyre's walls. These towers were massive structures equipped with archers, artillery, and battering rams, allowing the Macedonians to launch sustained attacks on the city's fortifications. The siege towers were designed to protect the advancing troops from enemy fire, while providing a platform from which they could assault the walls directly. The coordination between the siege towers and Alexander's artillery was critical to the operation's success. Artillery units targeted specific sections of the walls, weakening them before the siege towers moved in to deliver the final blows. As the siege progressed, Alexander's engineers made several innovations and adaptations to the siege engines in response to Tyrian counterattacks. For example, they reinforced the towers to withstand heavy bombardment from the Tyrian defenders and developed new types of projectiles that could penetrate the city's defences more effectively. The use of these advanced siege engines demonstrated Alexander's ability to adapt to battlefield challenges, using technology and tactical innovation to overcome Tyre's formidable defences. Alexander's coordination of his naval and land forces was another key factor in the success of the siege. With the completion of the causeway, Alexander could integrate his naval operations with the land-based assault, creating a multi-front attack that stretched Tyre's defences to their limits. Alexander assembled a fleet composed of ships from conquered cities, which he used to blockade Tyre's harbour, cutting off the city's access to resupply by sea. The naval blockade was synchronised with bombardments from the causeway, forcing the Tyrians to defend on multiple fronts simultaneously. This coordination was crucial in preventing the Tyrians from concentrating their defences on a single point, thereby weakening their overall resistance. Specific naval manoeuvres, such as feigned retreats and surprise attacks, were employed to keep the Tyrians off balance and create opportunities for breakthroughs. The integration of naval and land operations demonstrated Alexander's strategic vision and his ability to conduct complex, coordinated assaults that left the defenders with no respite. Here's a revised version of the passage, refined for clarity and conciseness. The logistical challenges of sustaining the siege of Tyre were significant, and the role of Alexander's engineers in overcoming these challenges was crucial. The construction and maintenance of the causeway required a continuous supply of materials, which had to be transported from the mainland to the siege works. This logistical operation was further complicated by the need to feed and supply the besieging army, which was stationed in hostile territory and far from its base of operations. The engineers were also responsible for repairing siege engines damaged by the defenders and adapting these machines to meet the evolving demands of the siege. Their ability to innovate under pressure, such as reinforcing the causeway against attacks and improving the durability of the siege towers, was vital to the operation's success. The engineers' contributions exemplified the ingenuity and resourcefulness of Alexander's forces, enabling them to overcome the seemingly insurmountable challenges posed by the siege of Tyre. As the siege entered its final phase, Alexander's forces launched a concentrated assault on the most weakened sections of Tyre's defences. The final assault was marked by intense fighting as Macedonian troops breached the walls and entered the city, encountering fierce resistance from the defenders. The siege towers, instrumental in creating breaches, played a central role in this last phase, allowing Alexander's forces to storm the walls and engage the Tyrians in close combat. The coordination between the land-based assault and naval bombardments further strained Tyre's defences, preventing the defenders from regrouping or mounting an effective counterattack. The final breakthrough came after hours of brutal fighting, during which the Macedonians systematically overwhelmed the remaining defenders and secured control of the city. This victory was a testament to Alexander's relentless determination and the effectiveness of his siege tactics, which succeeded in breaching one of the most formidable fortresses of the ancient world. The capture of Tyre marked the culmination of one of the most difficult and complex sieges in Alexander's career. The aftermath of the siege was brutal, with Alexander's forces exacting harsh retribution on the city and its inhabitants. Many Tyrians were killed during the final assault, and those who survived were either enslaved or executed. Despite the harshness of the conquest, the Tyrian defenders fought valiantly to protect their city until the very end. Recognizing the strategic significance of Tyre's fall, Alexander took steps to secure the city by establishing a garrison and repairing the damaged defences. The capture of Tyre not only removed a major Persian stronghold from the region, but also demonstrated Alexander's military prowess and ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. The fall of Tyre sent shockwaves throughout the ancient world, solidifying Alexander's reputation as a conqueror, capable of taking even the most resilient cities. The outcome of the siege of Tyre had far-reaching consequences for Alexander's campaign, particularly in securing control over the eastern Mediterranean. With Tyre under his control, Alexander effectively neutralized the Persian navy's ability to challenge his dominance in the region, allowing him to focus on advancing further into the Persian Empire without fear of naval interference. The fall of Tyre also significantly impacted the broader strategic landscape, demonstrating Alexander's ability to conduct successful sieges against the most formidable targets. This victory not only secured his control over key maritime routes, but also paved the way for future conquests in Egypt and beyond. The successful siege of Tyre enhanced Alexander's reputation as a brilliant and relentless military leader, serving as a powerful warning to other cities considering resistance. The fall of Tyre solidified Alexander's image as a conqueror who could overcome even the most formidable defences, furthering his campaign to become the ruler of the known world. This victory, achieved through a combination of innovative tactics, relentless determination, and strategic vision, set the stage for Alexander's continued success in his campaign against the Persian Empire. The city of Gaza played a crucial role in Alexander the Great's campaign to control the southern approach to the Levant. Situated at a vital crossroads between the Mediterranean coast and the Arabian Peninsula, Gaza's strategic location made it an essential target for Alexander as he sought to secure his southern flank. Controlling Gaza was pivotal in preventing Persian forces from launching counterattacks from the south, which could threaten Alexander's rear as he advanced deeper into Persian territory. By capturing Gaza, Alexander aimed to eliminate the possibility of a southern front opening against him, thereby protecting his army's movements and ensuring the security of his supply lines. Gaza's location also served as a gateway for trade and military movements, making its capture not just a military necessity, but also a strategic move to control the flow of resources in the region. In essence, the fall of Gaza would create a buffer zone, safeguarding Alexander's conquests in the Levant and facilitating his future campaigns. The significance of Gaza extended beyond securing the southern flank. It was also a critical gateway to Egypt, the next major objective in Alexander's campaign. Egypt, with its vast resources and strategic location, was a prize of immense value that could bolster Alexander's ambitions to dominate the eastern Mediterranean. Gaza's capture was crucial for ensuring a secure and unopposed passage into Egypt, as the city controlled the main coastal route connecting the Levant to the Nile Delta. By securing Gaza, Alexander would not only open the way for his forces to march into Egypt, but also prevent any Persian attempts to reinforce or defend the region. The fall of Gaza would thus pave the way for a swift and decisive campaign in Egypt, allowing Alexander to consolidate his control over this economically and strategically vital region without facing significant resistance. Gaza's defensive importance in the Persian network cannot be understated. As a key stronghold in the region, Gaza was heavily fortified with high walls and a well-defended citadel, making it a formidable obstacle for any invading force. The city was designed to slow down or stop advancing armies, serving as a critical outpost that protected the approaches to Egypt and the heartland of the Persian Empire. Gaza's robust defences were intended to buy time for the Persians to regroup and mount a counter-offensive, making its capture a challenging and necessary step for Alexander as he sought to dismantle the Persian defensive network in the region. The siege of Gaza was marked by a series of complex and resource-intensive operations, with Alexander's forces employing a variety of siege tactics to overcome the city's formidable defences. One of the primary strategies used by Alexander was the construction of siege ramps, which were essential for bringing his troops and siege engines close enough to assault Gaza's high walls. Building these ramps was no small feat, particularly in the sandy and arid environment surrounding Gaza. The engineers had to contend unstable ground, making it difficult to construct stable structures capable of supporting heavy siege equipment. Despite these challenges, Alexander's engineers meticulously built the ramps, using a combination of stone, earth, and timber to create solid pathways that extended gradually toward the city's walls. These ramps allowed Alexander's forces to position their siege engines within striking distance, enabling them to launch direct assaults on the fortifications. The construction of these ramps was a testament to the ingenuity and determination of Alexander's engineers, who overcame significant environmental obstacles to bring the siege to a successful conclusion. In conjunction with the siege ramps, Alexander deployed heavy artillery, including catapults and ballistae, to bombard Gaza's defences. These powerful weapons were crucial in weakening the city's walls, creating breaches for the besieging troops to exploit. The constant bombardment suppressed the defenders on the ramparts, hindering their ability to repair damage or mount counterattacks. The artillery also played a psychological role, maintaining relentless pressure on the defenders and wearing down their morale. This continuous assault allowed Alexander to gradually erode the fortifications, paving the way for a final assault. The use of heavy artillery was a key component of Alexander's strategy, showcasing his ability to combine brute force with tactical precision to overcome even the most well-defended cities. Beyond physical tactics, Alexander employed psychological warfare to weaken the resolve of Gaza's defenders. He understood the importance of morale in a prolonged siege and used displays of overwhelming force and propaganda to instill fear and doubt among the city's inhabitants. By circulating rumours about the inevitable fall of Gaza, he aimed to create a sense of futility in their resistance. Although negotiations for surrender may have been attempted, Gaza's determined defence ultimately forced Alexander to rely on force rather than diplomacy. Nevertheless, the psychological aspect of the siege played a crucial role in complementing the physical assaults, contributing to the eventual breakdown of the defenders' morale. The logistical challenges of conducting a siege in Gaza's harsh desert environment were considerable. Alexander's army needed a steady supply of food, water, and other necessities, which required careful planning and secure supply lines. These lines were vulnerable to disruption by the enemy or the harsh conditions. To overcome these challenges, Alexander's forces secured nearby water sources and organised supply convoys to keep the army well provisioned. Maintaining communication with other parts of the campaign was also crucial for coordinating reinforcements and resources. Overcoming these logistical hurdles was essential for the success of the siege, ensuring that Alexander's forces could maintain pressure on Gaza until its defences were breached. Gaza's defenders, led by Persian governor Batis, mounted fierce resistance, making the siege one of the more challenging engagements in Alexander's campaign. Despite being outnumbered, Batis was determined to hold out, using a variety of tactics to repel Alexander's assaults, including reinforcing critical points, launching counterattacks, and fully utilising the city's fortifications. His leadership and the determination of his troops prolonged the siege, forcing Alexander to adapt his strategy and invest significant time and resources. The fierce resistance at Gaza was a testament to the defenders' resolve, who fought valiantly to protect their city. The prolonged siege tested the endurance and patience of both Alexander's troops and Gaza's defenders. For Alexander's forces, the extended duration strained resources and required sustained efforts to maintain morale and effectiveness, especially in the harsh desert environment. Meanwhile, the defenders faced increasing hardships as supplies dwindled, and the constant Macedonian assaults wore down their ability to resist. The psychological toll was significant, as the defenders gradually realized their position was becoming untenable. The siege highlighted the challenges of conducting a military campaign in such a harsh environment, and the resilience required by both attackers and defenders. The defenders of Gaza employed several resourceful tactics to resist Alexander's forces, demonstrating their determination. They used fire to destroy the siege engines Alexander's troops had painstakingly constructed, and launched nighttime sorties to disrupt the besieging army, causing confusion and inflicting casualties under the cover of darkness. Additionally, the defenders exploited Gaza's strong defensive position, utilizing the city's high walls and fortified citadel to mount a robust defense against the Macedonian assaults. These tactics temporarily stalled Alexander's progress, forcing him to adapt his strategy and find new ways to breach the city's defences. The tenacity of Gaza's defenders made the siege a prolonged and challenging affair, requiring Alexander to demonstrate both military ingenuity and perseverance to achieve victory. The capture of Gaza was a significant milestone in Alexander's campaign, with immediate strategic implications for his march into Egypt. Securing Gaza opened the way for Alexander to advance into Egypt without further resistance along his southern flank. This victory not only provided a secure passage, but also eliminated a key Persian stronghold that could have threatened his supply lines and rear. The fall of Gaza thus paved the way for an unopposed march into Egypt, where Alexander would establish control over one of the most strategically and economically valuable regions of the ancient world. The broader impact of Gaza's capture contributed significantly to Alexander's overall success in the conquest of the Persian Empire. Securing Gaza ensured that Alexander had a critical supply line for future operations, enabling him to sustain his army as he advanced deeper into Persian territory. The fall of the city also bolstered Alexander's reputation as an unstoppable force, further demoralizing the Persian forces and weakening their ability to resist his advances. The victory at Gaza marked a turning point in the campaign, signalling the beginning of the end for Persian control over the eastern Mediterranean and decisively shifting the balance of power in Alexander's favour. Gaugamela, situated on the vast open plains near the Tigris River, marked the decisive confrontation between Alexander the Great and Darius III of Persia. For Darius, Gaugamela represented the last significant opportunity to halt Alexander's relentless advance into the heart of his empire. The stakes could not have been higher. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the Persian Empire. If Darius secured victory, he might reverse the losses suffered in previous engagements, such as at Issus, and reassert his dominance over his sprawling territories. For Alexander, Gaugamela was key to completing Persian Empire, but also demonstrate the superiority of his military genius over the might of the largest empire the ancient world had ever known. The battle was thus a turning point, with the fate of two great empires hanging in the balance. In the lead up to the battle, both sides engaged in extensive preparations, fully aware of the monumental significance of the impending clash. Darius, determined to leverage the full might of his empire, assembled a vast, multi-ethnic force drawn from all corners of his realm. His army was a diverse coalition, including Persian infantry, elite units like the Immortals, formidable cavalry, and war elephants, intended to instill fear and break the Macedonian ranks. Darius also took great care in preparing the battlefield. He chose the plains of Gaugamela specifically for its wide, flat terrain, ideal for deploying his chariots and cavalry. To maximize their effectiveness, he even ordered the ground to be leveled, ensuring that the battlefield would favor his numerical advantage. The psychological element was key in Darius' strategy. By gathering such a vast army, he aimed to intimidate Alexander and demoralize his smaller force. In contrast, Alexander approached the battle with precision and strategic foresight. His army, though significantly outnumbered, was a finely tuned war machine, renowned for its discipline, cohesion, and loyalty to their leader. Alexander focused on maintaining the morale of his troops, understanding that their confidence in him and their ability to win against overwhelming odds was critical to their success. He meticulously planned his tactics, knowing that his best chance of victory lay not in matching the Persians' numbers, but in outmaneuvering them on the battlefield. While Darius sought to overwhelm with sheer force, Alexander concentrated on exploiting his army's superior training and his own tactical brilliance. He ensured his troops were mentally and physically prepared, recognizing that their collective resolve would be crucial in the heat of battle. The geography of the Gaugamela battlefield played a crucial role in the strategies employed by both commanders. The broad, flat plain near the Tigris River was chosen by Darius to give his army strengths. Its chariots, cavalry, and war elephants, the space needed to maneuver effectively and deliver crushing blows to the Macedonian forces. The open terrain allowed for the full deployment of his massive army, with its vast wings of cavalry ready to encircle and annihilate Alexander's smaller force. Darius's careful preparation of the ground, including levelling the field, was meant to maximize the impact of his scythe chariots, which he believed could break through the Macedonian phalanx and create openings for his cavalry to exploit. However, Alexander saw the open terrain as an opportunity rather than a disadvantage. He understood that while the flat plain gave Darius the ability to deploy his numbers effectively, it also provided Alexander the room he needed to execute his signature tactical maneuvers. The open space allowed Alexander to use his cavalry with greater flexibility, enabling him to launch flanking attacks and create disorder among the Persian ranks. The flat terrain also meant that Alexander's forces could maintain their tight formations, crucial for the phalanx's effectiveness. Confident in his ability to outmaneuver Darius, Alexander used the terrain to neutralize the Persian numerical advantage through superior tactics and disciplined execution of his battle plan. The psychological stakes at Gaugamela were as high as the military ones. For opportunity to reclaim the honour and control that had been slipping from his grasp after previous defeats. His empire, the largest the world had known, was at risk, and his leadership was under intense scrutiny. The outcome of Gaugamela would either restore his authority or confirm his decline. For Alexander, the battle represented the culmination of years of relentless campaigning. It was his chance to deliver a final, crushing blow to his greatest rival and secure his legacy as the conqueror of Persia. The outcome would not only decide the future of the Persian Empire, but also shape the destiny of the ancient world, influencing the course of history for centuries to come. At the Battle of Gaugamela, Alexander the Great employed the oblique formation, a tactical innovation that showcased his strategic brilliance. This formation was designed to mitigate the numerical superiority of Darius III's vast Persian army. Alexander arranged his troops in a slanted line, with one wing, typically the right, advanced forward while the other was held back. This approach allowed him to concentrate his forces where they were most needed while avoiding a full frontal engagement, which would have stretched his smaller army too thin. The strategy was to draw the Persians into attacking his advanced right flank, which he reinforced with his best troops, including the companion cavalry. By doing so, Alexander aimed to engage the Persian forces asymmetrically, forcing them to commit to one side of the battlefield, thereby creating opportunities for counterattacks elsewhere. This oblique strategy provided Alexander with the flexibility to concentrate his forces at critical points, despite being heavily outnumbered, and played a crucial role in his ability to outmaneuver the Persians and secure victory at Gaugamela. Central to Alexander's success at Gaugamela was his masterful use of cavalry to create and exploit gaps in the Persian lines. The companion cavalry, a highly trained and disciplined unit led personally by Alexander, was instrumental in executing swift and decisive charges that broke through the Persian defences at key moments. Alexander used his cavalry not just for direct attacks, but as a tool to disrupt and disorganise the Persian forces. By leading his cavalry in targeted assaults, Alexander aimed to punch through the Persian lines, creating openings that could be exploited by the rest of his army. These charges were often coordinated with the movements of the Macedonian phalanx and light infantry, ensuring that any breaches in the Persian lines were immediately followed up by additional forces, deepening the disruption and preventing the Persians from regrouping. Alexander's personal leadership during these cavalry manoeuvres was critical. His presence on the battlefield, often at the head of the charge, not only inspired his troops, but also added significant psychological pressure on the Persian forces. The sight of Alexander leading from the front demoralised the Persians, who saw their formations being torn apart by the relentless Macedonian cavalry. The role of light infantry in Alexander's battle plan at Gaugamela was crucial, as these troops supported the cavalry and exploited the gaps created in the Persian lines. Alexander's light infantry, composed of archers, javelin throwers, and peltasts, were highly mobile and versatile, Macedonian attacks. Alexander's coordination of infantry and cavalry movements was a hallmark of his tactical genius. He ensured that his forces operated as a cohesive unit, with each component of the army supporting the others in a fluid and adaptable manner. For instance, when the Persian scythe chariots, designed to break through infantry lines with their devastating blades, were deployed, the light infantry played a key role in neutralizing this threat. The Macedonian infantry would scatter at the last moment, creating openings for the chariots to pass through harmlessly, after which the light infantry would close in and attack the charioteers from the flanks. This tactic effectively rendered the Persian chariots ineffective and highlighted the discipline and training of Alexander's forces. On the Persian side, Darius III's strategy relied heavily on the sheer size of his army and the deployment of specialized units like war elephants and scythe chariots to break the Macedonian lines. Darius assembled a vast and diverse army, bringing together soldiers from across his empire, including elite Persian infantry, cavalry, and formidable war elephants, intended to instill fear and cause chaos among Alexander's troops. The scythe chariots, with sharp blades extending from the wheels, were meant to charge into the Macedonian lines, cutting down soldiers and creating gaps that could be exploited by Persian cavalry. Darius hoped that the psychological impact of these units, combined with their physical destructiveness, would break the Macedonian phalanx and turn the tide of battle in his favour. In the early stages of the battle, Darius's strategy showed promise. The scythe chariots initially caused disruption among the Macedonian ranks, and the sheer mass of the Persian army seemed poised to overwhelm Alexander's forces. However, the effectiveness of these units was ultimately limited by Alexander's tactical responses. The Macedonian phalanx, known for its discipline and cohesion, withstood the initial charges, and the light infantry's ability to counter the chariots minimized their impact. Similarly, the war elephants, though terrifying, were less effective in the open terrain of Gaugamela, where Alexander's cavalry and light infantry could outmaneuver them. Darius's reliance on these units also failed to account for Alexander's superior mobility and tactical flexibility. While the Persian strategy focused on brute force and psychological intimidation, Alexander's approach of precision and adaptation allowed him to counter the Persian advances and gradually turn the battle in his favour. Darius's strategy at Gaugamela, while ambitious and backed by considerable resources, ultimately could not match the tactical ingenuity and adaptability of Alexander. The Persian king's failure to anticipate Alexander's use of the oblique formation, the coordinated assaults by the companion cavalry, and the effective deployment of light infantry contributed to the unravelling of his battle plan. As the battle progressed, the gaps in the Persian lines created by Alexander's cavalry charges widened, and the coordinated Macedonian assaults deepened the disarray among Darius's forces. Despite the numerical superiority of the Persian army, the strategic execution by Alexander proved decisive, showcasing his ability to outthink and outmaneuver a larger and well-equipped force. The battle tactics employed by Alexander at Gaugamela not only secured his victory, but also demonstrated his mastery of military strategy, solidifying his reputation discipline and skill, managed to break through the Persian defences, creating a direct threat to Darius himself. The pressure on Darius was immense. He was faced with the terrifying reality that Alexander might reach him at any moment. This bold and aggressive move by Alexander, putting himself at the very forefront of the battle, underscored his personal bravery and his understanding of the psychological impact of leadership in warfare. The intensity of the assault and the close proximity of the danger forced Darius into a critical decision. As the Macedonian forces pressed closer, Darius made the fateful decision to flee the battlefield. This moment was pivotal in the Battle of Gaugamela and had profound implications for the outcome. The sight of their king abandoning the fight shattered the already fragile morale of the Persian troops. Darius's flight triggered a cascade of panic and confusion throughout the Persian ranks. Soldiers who had been holding their ground began to lose heart, seeing their leaders retreat as a signal that the battle was lost. The psychological impact of the king's flight was devastating. It not only marked the end of any organised resistance, but also led to a general rout, as panic spread like wildfire among the Persian soldiers. The once formidable Persian army, which had been arrayed in such overwhelming numbers, now began to disintegrate as soldiers abandoned their positions and attempted to flee the battlefield. The flight of Darius was the decisive turning point in the battle, as it signalled the complete breakdown of Persian command and control. Following Darius's retreat, the collapse of the Persian lines unfolded rapidly. The disintegration of the Persian formations was stark. Soldiers who had moments before been fighting in well-ordered ranks now fled in disarray. Alexander's forces, seizing the moment, pursued the retreating Persians with relentless vigour. The Macedonian army, well trained in exploiting such opportunities, cut down large numbers of fleeing Persian soldiers, turning the battle from a contest into a complete rout. The chaos among the Persian ranks was compounded by the actions of key Macedonian commanders, such as Parmenion, who played a crucial role in securing the flanks. Parmenion's leadership ensured that the Macedonian left, which had been under heavy pressure from Persian cavalry attacks, held firm and continued to push forward, preventing any potential Persian counterattacks from materializing. The coordination between Alexander and his commanders ensured that the momentum of the battle remained firmly in Macedonian hands, leaving the Persians with no opportunity to regroup or launch a counter-offensive. The contributions of key commanders on both sides were pivotal in shaping the battle's outcome. Parmenion's leadership on the left flank was particularly critical, as he successfully held the line against the main Persian attack, giving Alexander the freedom to execute his bold manoeuvres on the right. Parmenion's experience and tactical acumen were vital in maintaining the integrity of the Macedonian formation, essential for the battle's overall success. On the Persian side, several commanders tried to rally their troops and resist the Macedonian onslaught, but their efforts were ultimately in vain. The overwhelming momentum of the Macedonian forces, combined with the psychological blow of Darius's flight, made it impossible for the Persian commanders to regain control. Despite their best efforts, the Persian leadership could not stop the tide of defeat, and the battle quickly transitioned from a fierce contest to a rout. Alexander's advances. The battle opened the way for the rapid fall of major Persian cities, including Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis, as there was little remaining military force capable of resisting Alexander's relentless march. The defeat at Gaugamela signalled the beginning of the end for the Persian Empire, as Darius became a fugitive and Alexander began to establish control over the vast territories once ruled by Persia. The long-term consequences of the Battle of Gaugamela were profound, setting the stage for the Hellenistic period, during which Greek culture spread across Asia and the Mediterranean. Alexander's victory paved the way for the establishment of a vast empire that blended Greek and Eastern cultures, leading to significant cultural and political transformations. The battle solidified Alexander's legacy as one of history's greatest military leaders, whose conquests would shape the ancient world for centuries. His success at Gaugamela was not just a military triumph, but a turning point that heralded the spread of Greek influence across the known world, laying the foundations for a new era in history. The Battle of Megalopolis holds significant importance within the broader scope of Alexander the Great's campaigns, particularly as a critical response to the domestic challenges he faced in Greece, while focused on his conquests in Asia. At a time when Alexander was deeply engaged in his eastern campaigns, maintaining stability in Greece was essential for the continuity of his growing empire. The timing of this battle was crucial, as it occurred when Alexander could least afford distractions or rebellions on his home front, with much of his military might engaged in the east. Ensuring Greece remained under Macedonian control was imperative for his overarching strategy. The battle at Megalopolis was not just a military engagement, but a necessary action to safeguard the foundation of Alexander's expanding empire. Politically, the Battle of Megalopolis had profound implications. The revolt, led by King Aegeus III of Sparta, posed a significant challenge to Macedonian authority in Greece. Aegeus III's rebellion was more than just a regional skirmish. It was a direct threat to the stability of Alexander's control over the Greek mainland. The uprising had the potential to inspire other city-states, which had long resented Macedonian dominance, to rise against Alexander's rule, potentially leading to widespread instability across Greece. The defeat of the rebellion was crucial to prevent a domino effect of uprisings that could have severely weakened Macedonian influence in Greece. In response to these domestic challenges, Alexander strategically dispatched his trusted general, Antipater, to quash the rebellion. By entrusting this critical task to Antipater, Alexander ensured that control over Greece remained secure, allowing him to continue his campaigns in Asia without the distraction of a potential crisis at home. Antipater's role in addressing the rebellion demonstrated Alexander's strategic foresight in managing threats to his empire, both abroad and at home. The Battle of Megalopolis was defined by the contrasting tactics employed by the Macedonians and Spartans, reflecting their differing military philosophies. Antipater, leading the Macedonian forces, relied on the disciplined structure of the Macedonian phalanx to counter the Spartan hoplites. The phalanx, with its tightly knit formation and long spears, was designed to absorb and repel the direct frontal assaults characteristic of Spartan warfare. In contrast, King Aegeus III and his Spartan forces adhered to traditional hoplite tactics, focusing on direct engagements where bravery and discipline were paramount. The Spartans, renowned for their prowess in close combat, aimed to break the Macedonian lines through sheer force and determination. However, the more flexible and adaptive tactics of the Macedonians allowed them to exploit the weaknesses in the Spartan approach, particularly in maneuverability and coordination across the battlefield. The roles of key commanders were crucial in shaping the battle's outcome. Antipater's leadership was instrumental in maintaining the discipline and order of the Macedonian forces, even in the face of fierce Spartan resistance. His experience and tactical acumen ensured that his troops could withstand the aggressive Spartan charges. On the other side, King Aegeis III embodied the Spartan warrior ethos, leading his men from the front with unwavering resolve. Argus's leadership and personal bravery were evident as he led a desperate final charge, even at the cost of his life, in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Despite his valiant efforts, the disciplined execution of Macedonian tactics under Antipater's command ultimately proved superior, allowing them to withstand the Spartan onslaught and counterattack effectively. The outcome of the Battle of Megalopolis was a decisive victory for the Macedonians. Despite suffering significant casualties, Antipater's forces overwhelmed the Spartans, leading to the death of Aegeis III and the collapse of the rebellion. The battle reinforced Macedonian control over Greece and served as a stark reminder of the futility of opposing Alexander's rule. The heavy losses on both sides underscored the intensity of the conflict, but the Spartan defeat ensured that no further large-scale revolts would challenge Macedonian dominance during Alexander's reign. In the aftermath, the political landscape of Greece was profoundly affected. The defeat of the Spartan rebellion sent a clear message to other Greek city-states. Resistance against Macedonian rule was not only futile, but also dangerous. The victory at Megalopolis solidified Alexander's authority in Greece, discouraging further thoughts of rebellion. With the rebellion quashed and Macedonian control reaffirmed, Alexander could fully focus on his campaigns in Asia, confident that Greece would remain stable under Antipater's governance. The Battle of Megalopolis played a crucial role in consolidating Alexander's power, allowing him to continue his ambitious conquests without the distraction of domestic unrest. The Uxian Defile held significant strategic importance as Alexander advanced deeper into the Persian heartland. Securing this narrow pass was essential for safeguarding his supply lines, which were critical for sustaining his army's momentum. The Defile, controlled by the fiercely independent Uxian tribes, posed a considerable threat to these logistics and communication routes. The Uxians, familiar with the terrain, could easily disrupt Alexander's supply lines, potentially starving his army of the resources needed to continue their advance. By controlling the Uxian Defile, Alexander ensured that his supply lines remained intact, enabling his army to continue its relentless march without the risk of being cut off from its vital lifelines. The Uxian Defile presented significant geographical challenges that Alexander's forces had to overcome to maintain their momentum. Located in the Zagros Mountains, the Defile was a narrow, rugged pass with steep, rocky slopes and treacherous terrain, offering a natural defensive advantage to the Uxian tribes. which restricted the movement of Alexander's troops, disrupted their usual formations, and left them vulnerable to ambushes from above. The rugged terrain not only slowed the Macedonian advance, but also increased the risk of surprise attacks, as the Uxians could easily hide among the rocks and strike when least expected. Overcoming this natural obstacle was crucial for Alexander, as failure to do so could have stalled his campaign and left his army exposed to further threats. The strategic importance of the Uxian defile was clear to both sides. For Alexander, controlling the pass was essential to securing his campaign and ensuring an uninterrupted flow of supplies and communication. For the Uxians, it was a critical stronghold that allowed them to resist the Macedonian advance and assert control over the region. The defile's control meant dominance over a key route into the Persian heartland, making it a significant point of contention between Alexander and the Uxian tribes. The battle at the Uxian defile was defined by the immense challenges posed by the rugged terrain. The narrow pass and steep rocky landscape made manoeuvring difficult for Alexander's troops, who were accustomed to fighting on open plains where their phalanx formations and cavalry excelled. In the defile, the restricted space hampered the effectiveness of these formations, and the rough terrain further complicated their movements. The Macedonian forces, formidable on open ground, were at a disadvantage in this environment, where the high ground was controlled by the Uxians. The constant threat of ambushes and surprise attacks from the Uxians, who used their superior knowledge of the terrain to disrupt the Macedonian advance, added to the difficulty. The Uxian tribes employed guerrilla tactics, launching hit-and-run attacks that capitalized on the natural environment. These tactics included ambushes from the high ground, surprise assaults on smaller detachments, and quick withdrawals into the difficult terrain where the Macedonian forces could not easily follow. The Uxians' ability to move swiftly and strike without warning posed a significant challenge to Alexander's army, which was more accustomed to pitched battles than to irregular warfare. The element of surprise allowed the Uxians to inflict casualties and create confusion among the Macedonian ranks before disappearing into the rugged landscape. In response, Alexander demonstrated his adaptability and tactical brilliance. He relied heavily on reconnaissance to gather intelligence about the Uxians' positions and movements, allowing him to plan a coordinated assault. Using diversionary tactics to distract the Uxians, Alexander drew their attention away from his main force. At the right moment, he launched a well-timed attack that caught the Uxians off guard, overwhelming their defences and securing a decisive victory. This strategy not only showed Alexander's ability to adapt to the terrain's unique challenges, but also highlighted his skill in using surprise and precision to turn the tide of battle. The victory at the Uxian defile was crucial for Alexander's continued advance into the Persian Empire. Securing the pass ensured the integrity of his supply lines and communication routes, which were vital for the success of his campaign. The defeat of the Uxian tribes removed a significant obstacle, allowing his army to press forward with renewed confidence. This battle highlighted Alexander's versatility as a military leader. His ability to adapt to different forms of warfare, including dealing with guerrilla tactics and challenging terrain, reinforced his reputation as a commander who could overcome any obstacle. was yet another demonstration of Alexander's tactical brilliance and his capacity to lead his army to success, regardless of the difficulties they faced. The Persian Gate, a narrow and rugged mountain pass in the Zagros Mountains, held immense strategic importance during Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer the Persian Empire, serving as one of the last significant barriers protecting the Persian heartland, particularly the capital of Persepolis. The Persian Gate was a natural defensive stronghold. For Alexander, who had already overcome numerous challenges in his pursuit of the Persian throne, the Persian Gate represented one of the final hurdles before he could claim ultimate victory over the Achaemenid Empire. Capturing this pass was essential for securing a direct route to Persepolis, making it a critical objective in his broader strategy to dominate the Persian heartland. The defence of the Persian Gate was led by Ariobarzanes, the satrap of Persis, who fully understood the strategic significance of this location. Leveraging the terrain's natural advantages, the Persians fortified the pass, creating choke points and ambush sites. The steep cliffs flanking the narrow pass provided ideal positions for the Persian forces to launch attacks from above, raining down arrows, rocks, and other projectiles on the advancing Macedonian troops. Ariobarzanes' strategy was designed to slow down and inflict heavy casualties on Alexander's army, forcing him into a costly and prolonged battle. The Persian forces were determined to make their stand at the Persian Gate, knowing that failure here would likely result in the loss of Persepolis and the heart of their empire. The Battle of the Persian Gate was crucial for both the Persian defenders and Alexander's campaign. For the Persians, it was their last chance to stop Alexander before he reached Persepolis, the symbolic and administrative centre of their empire. The outcome of this battle would likely determine the fate of the entire Persian Empire. For Alexander, success at the Persian Gate was vital for completing his conquest of Persia. A victory would open the way to Persepolis and solidify his control over the empire, cementing his legacy as one of history's greatest conquerors. The high stakes for both sides made this battle a pivotal moment in Alexander's campaign and in the history of the ancient world. The Persian defence at the Persian Gate was a masterclass in utilising terrain and guerrilla tactics. Ariobarzanes skillfully exploited the rugged landscape to maximise his force's defensive capabilities. The narrow, steep pass, surrounded by towering cliffs, created natural choke points, ideal for ambushing Alexander's advancing army. Positioned along the high ground, the Persian troops were able to rain down arrows, boulders, and other projectiles on the tightly packed Macedonian soldiers below. The narrow defile forced Alexander's forces into tight formations, making them easy targets for the Persian defenders. In the initial phase of the battle, the Persians successfully pinned down the Macedonian army, inflicting heavy casualties and slowing their advance. Ariobarzanes' strategy effectively turned the terrain into a deadly weapon, and for a time it seemed the Persians might hold the pass and thwart Alexander's progress. As the battle progressed, Alexander's forces struggled to breach the Persian Gate. The usual tactics that had served him well, such as the phalanx formation and cavalry charges, were ineffective in the constrained environment of the pass. The Macedonian phalanx, designed for open field engagements, shelters made it difficult for the soldiers to maintain their formation, while the steep landscape further hampered their movements. Similarly, Alexander's cavalry, typically a decisive force, was unusable in such a landscape. These challenges left Alexander's army bogged down, struggling to make progress against the well-prepared Persian defences. The relentless pressure from the Persians and the inhospitable terrain took a toll on Macedonian morale, as even Alexander's seasoned troops began to doubt their ability to overcome the formidable defences of the Persian gate. Facing a potential stalemate, Alexander adapted his strategy to the challenges posed by the Persian defences. Recognising that a frontal assault was unlikely to succeed, he ordered reconnaissance missions to find alternative routes around the Persian positions. After several days, his scouts discovered a narrow mountain path that bypassed the Persian gate and led to a position behind the Persian forces. Though perilous and requiring careful navigation, this path offered a chance to outflank the Persians and attack from an unexpected direction. With this intelligence, Alexander devised a plan to turn the tide of the battle. He selected a contingent of his best troops, including light infantry and skilled climbers, and ordered them to follow the mountain path under cover of darkness. The objective was to reach the rear of the Persian positions by dawn, catching the defenders off guard. The night operation was risky, as the soldiers had to move quietly and carefully along the treacherous path. Meanwhile, Alexander coordinated a renewed assault on the Persian gate to keep the defenders focused on the main threat. At dawn, the Macedonian flanking force launched a surprise attack on the Persian rear, throwing the defenders into disarray. Ariobarzanes, confident in the strength of his position, now found his forces caught between two fronts. The well-timed flanking manoeuvre, combined with continued pressure from the main Macedonian force, shattered the Persian defences. Overwhelmed and unable to regroup, the defenders at the Persian gate were forced to retreat or face annihilation. This victory highlighted Alexander's tactical ingenuity and his ability to adapt to seemingly insurmountable challenges. The successful flanking manoeuvre at the Persian gate showcased his understanding of the need for flexibility in warfare. By eschewing conventional tactics in favour of a more unconventional approach, Alexander outmanoeuvred and outthought his adversaries, even under difficult circumstances. The fall of the Persian gate opened the path to Persepolis, the heart of the Persian Empire, marking a significant turning point in his campaign. Though less renowned than other battles, this victory underscored Alexander's military genius and determination, demonstrating his ability to overcome any obstacle, whether natural or man-made, that stood in the way of his conquest. The decisive moments of the battle hinged on the daring flanking manoeuvre. The turning point came when the Macedonian force, after navigating the treacherous mountain path, descended on the Persian rear, catching the defenders off guard. This surprise attack caused chaos within the Persian ranks, breaking their lines and leaving them vulnerable to a frontal assault by Alexander's main force. The precision and timing of this pincer movement were critical, effectively trapping the Persian forces with no escape route. The coordinated assault from multiple directions overwhelmed the defenders, allowing the Macedonians to secure the Persian gate. This success emphasized emphasized the importance of flexibility in battle and the crucial role of timing and coordination in executing complex military strategies. Leadership and morale were decisive in the battle's outcome. Alexander's leadership maintained the morale and resolve of his troops, even in the face of difficult terrain and formidable defences. His ability to inspire confidence ensured that his soldiers remained focused and determined throughout the campaign. In contrast, the Macedonian flanking manoeuvre devastated Persian morale. The sudden appearance of enemy forces behind them shattered the defenders' spirit, leading to a rapid collapse of their will to resist. Panic spread through the Persian ranks, with many soldiers surrendering or fleeing, leaving the remaining forces in disarray. The final victory at the Persian Gate was swift and decisive. With the Persian defences crumbling, Alexander's forces quickly secured the pass, eliminating any remaining resistance. This victory was significant not only for its immediate military implications, but also for its strategic consequences. Securing the Persian Gate opened the way to Persepolis, marking the beginning of the end for Persian resistance and paving the way for Alexander's ultimate conquest of Persia. The capture of Persepolis, following the victory at the Persian Gate, marked the complete collapse of the Achaemenid Empire. As the heart of Persian power, Persepolis symbolized the empire's immense wealth and influence. Alexander's seizure of the city and its treasures delivered the final blow to the Persian Empire, ending centuries of Achaemenid rule. This victory solidified Alexander's legacy as one of history's greatest military leaders and ushered in the Hellenistic era, during which Greek culture spread across the former Persian territories, profoundly shaping the ancient world for generations. Alexander the Great's conquests were defined by a series of key battles and sieges that systematically dismantled the Persian Empire. The campaign began with the Battle of Granicus, where Alexander secured a foothold in Asia Minor, demonstrating his tactical brilliance. This victory set the stage for the siege of Halicarnassus, where Alexander's adaptability in siege warfare overcame formidable defences. At the Battle of Issus, Alexander decisively defeated a much larger Persian army, forcing Darius III to flee and leaving the Persian heartland exposed. The siege of Tyre showcased Alexander's determination and ingenuity as he constructed a causeway to breach the island city's defences, securing control over the eastern Mediterranean. The climactic Battle of Gaugamela saw Alexander definitively shatter Persian military resistance, leading to the capture of Babylon, Susa, and ultimately Persepolis. The final challenge at the Persian Gate was overcome through a brilliant flanking manoeuvre, clearing the path to Persepolis. Each of these victories was not just a military triumph, but a strategic step toward Alexander's ultimate goal of conquering the Persian Empire. The significance of these victories cannot be overstated. Each battle and siege progressively weakened the Persian Empire's ability to resist, both militarily and psychologically. Alexander's relentless advance showcased his ability to adapt to diverse challenges, whether on open battlefields or in complex sieges. His strategic use of combined land and naval forces allowed him to control key locations, maintain vital supply lines, and project power across vast regions. The emphasized securing critical locations, maintaining robust supply lines, and using psychological warfare to demoralize his enemies. This strategy evolved in response to each engagement's unique challenges, allowing Alexander to systematically dismantle the Persian Empire's defences and bring about its eventual collapse. The legacy of Alexander's campaign extends far beyond his military victories. The spread of Greek culture across the vast territories he conquered, known as Hellenization, led to the blending of Greek and local traditions and the rise of the Hellenistic period. During this era, arts, science, philosophy, and trade flourished. Cities founded by Alexander, such as Alexandria in Egypt, became renowned centres of learning and cultural exchange, attracting scholars, artists, and traders from across the world. These cities served as hubs for diverse cultural interactions, leading to significant advancements that would influence generations to come. In addition to the cultural impact, Alexander's creation of one of history's largest empires set the stage for the future political landscape of the ancient world, although the empire fragmented after his death, and the connections he forged between East and West endured, facilitating the exchange of ideas, goods, and people across continents. The regions Alexander conquered were forever changed, as his influence continued to shape their political, economic, and cultural dynamics long after his passing. His empire's scale and rapid creation inspired future leaders and empires, laying the groundwork for the interconnected world of the Hellenistic period. Alexander's military innovations profoundly influenced future generations of military leaders. His integration of infantry, cavalry, and siege equipment in coordinated operations became a model for effective military strategy. The oblique formation, which allowed for flexibility and concentration of force, was studied and emulated by later tacticians. Figures like Julius Caesar and Napoleon drew inspiration from Alexander's campaigns, admiring his adaptability and strategic ingenuity. Additionally, Alexander's leadership style, characterized by boldness, personal involvement in battles, and a deep connection with his troops, set a standard for military command that remains admired today. His ability to inspire loyalty and maintain morale, even in the face of daunting challenges, is often cited as a key factor in his unprecedented success. Reflecting on Alexander's legacy, it's clear that his military genius, ambition, and vision have cemented his place as one of history's most enduring figures. His conquests not only reshaped the ancient world, but also left a lasting mark on history. Alexander's achievements have been immortalized in literature, art, and popular culture, ensuring that his story remains relevant even today. His life and legacy continue to captivate historians, military strategists, and the general public, embodying the archetype of the warrior king. Modern parallels and lessons can also be drawn from Alexander's campaigns. His approach to leadership, which combined strategic foresight with adaptability, offers valuable insights for contemporary military and political leaders. Alexander's emphasis on integrating diverse cultures and using psychological warfare to achieve strategic objectives resonates in today's complex global landscape. His legacy as both a military leader and a unifier of cultures continues to inspire joining me on today's episode of the ASMR History Channel, where we explored Alexander the Great's conquest of Persia. It's been quite a journey, and I'm glad you could tag along. If you want more ASMR history content, make sure to subscribe, like, and comment below with suggestions for future videos. You've been watching the ASMR History Channel, and I hope you have a wonderful day or night. As always, sleep well.